Oh yeah, life right now is a 10 out of 10. Got a big old house, I got so many friends. Got a little pink whip, but my fits are crazy. Feel like I'm dreaming, nobody wake me, nobody save me. Did it all myself. A hard to go, baby, that's true wealth. It's the perfect time for a good old time. So grab the ladder, cause we drinking top shelf tonight. I feel amazing, top of the charts. Everyone I walk past, feeling the spark. Yeah, you heard about me, word of mouth. Now soak it in, baby, and check me out. Soak it in. Check me out. I do a spin. Now check me out. I'm with it again. Check me out. Soak it in. And check me out. Oh yeah, I look good, huh? Catch me in the sauna. Vacay in the Bahamas. Yeah, I'm living that life. Yeah, it feels right. Breaking up the dollars. I ain't got no stress no more, no. Barbecue in the back playing cornhole. Yeah, we got enough to eat. We got enough to drink. And you know my girls get loco. I feel amazing, top of the charts. Everyone I walk past, feeling the spark. Yeah, you heard about me, word of mouth. Now soak it in, baby, and check me out. Soak it in, and check me out. I do a spin. Now check me out. I'm with it again. Check me out. Soak it in, and check me out. Soak it in, and check me out. I do a spin. Now check me out. I'm with it again. Check me out. Soak it in, and check me out. I look good, huh? I look good, huh?
What I love about coffee is that each one has its own story.
The stories around coffee have connected me with lifelong friends.
There's always something to learn, whether it be varietal, processing methods, the history of brewing on a Chemex.
Ogni volta bevo del caffè o lo condivido, trovo sempre un piacere e un equilibrio ineguagliabile.
To me personally, coffee and its aroma is a long-lasting memory.
It brings me back to my childhood with my mom.
Es una tienda donde nació mi pasión por el café. Todos los partners comparten nuestra cultura de café.
We believe the giant potential of a tiny bean can make a better world for everyone.
Being in this spot allows me to showcase the whole world what I am, what I've done, and what I can be.
这也会即将成为我最难忘的一段时刻。
我能够站在全球赛的舞台上，和来自世界各地的小伙伴。
Correction of our coffee, it's so much fun.
Welcome to the Starbucks Global Barista Championship. The winner of the Global Barista Championship will receive a trip to all 6 Starbucks Reserve roasteries around the world, courtesy of Delta Airlines. Please welcome your MCs, Rebecca Fry and Lawrence Unsworth.
We are coming to you live from fabulous Las Vegas. My name is Rebecca Fry, and I am so thrilled to be one of your MCs for the first ever Starbucks Global Barista Championship.
And I'm Lawrence Unsworth. Hello, everyone. So wherever you're joining us from here in Las Vegas or watching us from all around the globe, we have an incredible 2 days of competition ahead of us.
That's right, Lawrence. We're going to waste no time and jump right in with our first competition, the blind coffee tasting. Each of our 12 competitors will identify the characteristics and flavors of brewed coffee handed over by the judges.
So our coffeehouse champions will need to identify 6 core Starbucks coffees, while our roastery champions will identify 6 roastery microblends.
But before we meet our judges for this round, Lawrence, I poured you a cup of coffee.
Ooh.
And I need you to guess what coffee this is. It's a blind tasting.
Hang on. I know, it's House Blend. It's my favorite, it's House Blend, isn't it?
No.
Oh. Well, it's lucky I'm not competing today then, isn't it? So, moving on, although Rebecca was keeping score, she wasn't actually. These partners, they will be keeping score. So please help me welcome our coffee tasting judges. Hi, everyone.
And with no further ado, it's time to meet our first competitor of the round, Sumaya.
Please welcome from the region of Europe, Middle East, and Africa, Sumaya.
I am the 2024 Union champion. Uh-oh, you can't see it. I started my journey in the States in Florida, and then I moved to the Middle East. I have supporters all around. I have my trainer. I have my partners who are cheering me on. And then I have my mom. This is my mom.
Hi.
My mom is one of my main supporters.
Congratulations!
And she also learns with me.
Let's see who does better, me or the EMEA champion.
She can do latte art as well now. The way I started my journey in the States and going back to Vegas where it all started, I feel like it's completing the full circle. To me, winning the global championship would honestly be the icing on top of the cake.
Please welcome from the region of Europe, Middle East, and Africa, Sumaya.
Good morning, Oscar. Good morning, Leslie. Good morning, Lennon. Can you believe it? We're here and we're about to do a blind tasting. When I first started as a partner, and I was like, coffee tasting, I was like, what's that? All you could smell is plain coffee, but now we can distinguish different aromas. And Leslie, you gave me a tip, which is not to oversaturate my nose with the smells and the taste so my palate can stay fresh. So I'm gonna do that really quick. Just give me a moment, let me immerse myself with the coffee, and I'll be right with you. Let's start from over here. Okay. Definitely something smoky. I'm still perfecting my slurp. All right. Interesting. So I'm just gonna place these here and I'll come back to them. Be right back. Just a second. All right, I think that's a little bit fruity. Just gonna put this here. You can feel free to shuffle them if you'd like, if they're wrong. Just joking. Oh wow, this is so fruity, and this is one of my favorite coffees, so it has to be Kenya. Hopefully, I mean, unless I'm terribly wrong. And then it's not really my favorite coffee anymore. All right. Interesting. I'm in between two right now. I think this is Sumatra. Okay. Sumatra right here, and Pike Place right here. So, Lennon, what's your favorite coffee out of these six?
My favorite coffee out of the six would
Yeah.
be
Kenya, okay. So it's also my favorite coffee out of the six. So the Kenyan coffee, whenever you taste it, it's really juicy in acidity. The acidity really hits you. Whenever I open the Kenyan coffee, it smells like fresh bag of berries that you just opened. It's really fruity. And of course, each of us have our own palates, our own senses, so we might not smell the same thing, and that's totally fine. That's what makes it fun. So I smell plums, and I taste plums. But the Kenyan flavor note is blackcurrant and grapefruit, but that's what I taste. I taste like plums, like citrusy plums, and it's high in acidity, really hits you right away. It's medium in body. It's a medium roast coffee that is single origin from Africa, and it is washed, which gives it that clean, crisp flavor. Leslie, is it Guatemala your favorite coffee? Is this your favorite coffee?
You know it.
All right. So, Guatemala, my coach's favorite coffee as well. He's somewhere in the audience probably. This coffee, I feel like it's really balanced. Whenever I tell a customer to try this coffee, I feel like they always like it and they come to try different coffees. It's a coffee that whenever I smell it, I smell nutmeg cookies. I smell the holidays, you know, and I think it's because it has baking spice in it. But the cocoa, I don't really taste it right away, but if I were to have it with chocolate, it's really there. You know what I mean? And it's medium in acidity, medium roast. It's a medium-bodied coffee, and it is a single origin from Latin America, but specifically Guatemala. Your favorite Oscar, if it hasn't been said already. Cafe Verona. Fun fact, shout out to Alvaro. I didn't have Verona in my market, so Alvaro hooked me up. He's right there with a lot of Verona. And so I was trying it for the past couple of months. Verona is a coffee that whenever I smelled it, I remembered s'mores. So kind of like that burned chocolate over fire. And maybe it's that dark cocoa, I'm not sure. And when I tasted it, it tastes really smoky to me, but I'm not really used to that dark roast, bold coffees. And it is a coffee that is a blend, and it is dark cocoa, caramelized sugar. It's a dark roasted coffee that has low acidity and a really full body, and it is both washed and semi-washed, which both contribute to its overall flavor profile. Okay, we have espresso and Sumatra and Pike. Let's leave my mom's favorite to last. Okay, let's go to Sumatra. Sumatra is a coffee that's a favorite for almost all the partners and customers in Jordan. And it's a coffee that whenever I smell it, I smell my garden. I smell wet soil. And then there's this dish that my mom made, and it's like a vegetarian dish that had thyme in it. And so when I taste it, it reminds me of that. And of course, we have our own palates, so I can be reminded of something and you're different. So Sumatra is a coffee that is dark roasted, is a single origin from Asia Pacific, but Indonesia specifically. It has notes of rich herbs and rustic spice. It is a coffee that is low in acidity. It is full in body, and it is semi-washed. And then we have, let's go to Pike Place, or espresso. Let's go to espresso. Whenever I smell espresso, I smell the Mastrena. I smell the store, to be honest, because I'm just like the store rush and then the shots of espresso filling. It's really that caramel flavor that gets me, but when I taste it, so I'm really used to having dates, and the molasses is really similar to dates, so it reminds me of dates. And it's a coffee that is dark roast, it's rich, it's bold, it's our core coffee. It's a dark roasted coffee that is also a blend, and it is semi-washed and washed. It has medium acidity and full body. And what else do we have over here? We have Sumatra. We said Sumatra. We have Pike Place. Okay, Pike Place Roast. So Pike Place Roast is my mom's favorite coffee and the first coffee I've ever smelled at Starbucks. And so it's really special to me. It's a coffee that is our everyday brew. I mean, that says it all. And it's a medium roasted coffee, medium acidity, medium body, really balanced. And it's really, I feel like it's subtle, sweet, and when I smell it, I smell chocolate pancakes. And I told Lennon in the Origin Experience, I smell maple syrup. I don't know if you remember. But it has notes of cocoa and rich praline. And it is a medium roasted coffee that is medium all the way in acidity, body. It is a blend, and it is from Latin America. And it is washed, so it gives it that clean finish. So that's for Espresso Roast, Verona, Guatemala, Kenya, Pike, and Sumatra. And that's the coffees. By the way, if I went terribly wrong, just remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So we don't have to talk about that. I'm just gonna go through this just one more time and just, you need to trust your instinct, but let's go. That's a little bit of a slurp. Yeah, all right. That's interesting. I'm gonna trust my instinct because if I keep going, I'm just gonna switch all the cards around, so let's not do that. And that's for these 6 coffees. Thank you, judges, and hope you enjoyed. Thank you, Lyndon. Thank you, Oscar.
What an exciting first round. Rebecca, what did you enjoy most there?
I love how Sumaya incorporated personal stories into her coffee tasting, and also she just has such a friendly demeanor and such a just jovial personality. So she did an amazing job. I can't wait to see how she finishes.
And it's an absolute joy to watch because to go first in such a competition is just incredible. So congratulations to Sumaya. Exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Give it up.
And I myself, I love our Roasterbury microblends. And it looks like our first roastery champion is ready, so let's meet Takahiro.
Hello everyone, my name is Takahiro Sugawara. I'm from Hokkaido, which is located in the northern part of Japan. I have worked at Starbucks for 21 years. The Starbucks Reliable Roastery in Tokyo, where I work, is located in Nakameguro, Tokyo. It's close to Shibuya, a famous sightseeing spot, and many customers visit us from overseas. The casks that symbolize the roastery are inspired by the famous cherry blossom trees. In spring, you can enjoy a cup of coffee while the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. I believe that this competition will be an opportunity to connect and unite partners around the world. Make a friends, make a difference, make someone's day.
Please welcome, representing Starbucks Reserve Roastery Tokyo from the region of Japan, Takahiro.
Hi. Oscar-san, Leslie-san, Leno-san, konnichiwa.
Good afternoon. Today, I'm very happy to have a coffee tasting with you. And I've got the 6 roastery micro blends tasting together. That is so honor. Today, I'd like to introduce this coffee to you, so let me check the taste first. Yeah, sweet aroma. Fruity impression. Very soft and gentle. Citrusy. Very, very floral. Yeah, everything looks so tasty. Yeah, very clean, citrusy. Yeah, cleaner, very delicious. Yeah, very bright acidity. Yeah, very sweet, citrusy. Yeah, berry and fruity. Yeah, very light. But I'm not confident yet, so let me try again. Yeah, let me take some notes. I'm so nervous. Kind of my hands shaking. Yeah, I can't write anything. Yeah, there are 2 pairs of coffees that taste very similar. Yeah, this one and this one, both of them are light impression. And second one, and this the fourth one. Yeah, both of them have a very bold and a solid flavor. And number 3 and number 5, both of them are citrusy. But all the cup is so tasty. So let me talk about the first one first. So, yeah, Meyer lemon, very clean citrusy. Yeah, light body, very clean. On acidity, it has a citrusy note in it, but it's a very the moderate acidity, so therefore I would say this is medium. But the flavor, Meyer lemon, acidity, and the brown sugar-like sweetness, and cocoa, the sweetness like cocoa. And the second coffee, a bit roasty for me. So probably something that Oscar has made, probably. but a roasty aroma, followed by cherry fruitiness. And chocolatey sweet aroma is something that I get from this. A body, very bold, aftertaste lingering, so I would say medium full. And acidity, and citrusy afternote. So, but not too long, so therefore I would say medium. The coffee number 3. This has Meyer lemon-like impression. And acidity, very crisp. Medium. And aftertaste is very clean, so therefore light. And the flavor, Meyer lemon-like citrusy flavor. Plus brown sugar-like sweetness. And a nutty aftertaste that you can get after eating nuts. The coffee number 4. The sweet citrusy impression. I'm used to this coffee. The sweet citrusy, it's like a Ryokan, Japanese originated citrus. And the body, very moderate, and the mouthfeel, medium, maybe. And acidity, medium acidity. The sweet citrus sweetness in terms of flavor. And roast impression as well, like sesame. And aftertaste has nutty note, and also sweet chocolatey note. And coffee number 5. It has a citrusy impression. Acidity, Meyer lemon-like crisp acidity, but are moderate ones, so therefore I would say medium. And body, yeah, very bold, but it doesn't linger that much, so the very moderate body, so therefore I would say medium. But flavor, Meyer lemon and orange impression that I get today. And then this has a brown sugar-like sweetness. And a little bit of a floral impression as well. Floral. And the next coffee. So this coffee, aroma is roasty and also kind of a toasty and a sweet impression in terms of aroma. And the body, very clean aftertaste, therefore I would say light. And acidity, a slight citrusy impression, so I would say medium. And a flavor, citrus peel like a sweet flavor, just a little bit. And then roasted nuts and sweet and roastiness. So let me talk about what this coffee is first. So this coffee, light roast, washed and natural. So my answer is Shanghai. And this coffee, medium roast, washed and semi-washed. So Seattle. And this coffee, medium roast, washed and semi-washed. So Tokyo. And this coffee, medium roast, washed, New York. And then this coffee, medium roast, washed, semi-washed, and natural, Milan. And then the last one, medium roast, washed, semi-washed, natural, so Chicago.
Let's give it up and make some noise. Another round of applause for Takahiro.
So that wraps up the first round of our coffee tastings. And we have that core coffee tasting of the 6 ones from our core coffee houses. They're wonderful. And then we have from our roastery, our 6 roastery microblends. It could be any one of them. And I know that I find myself getting quite nervous for them because it could be any one of them.
Can you imagine having to taste and identify these coffees in front of members of the development team who actually created these blends? Oh man, I can't. Glad I'm not on that seat.
It is exciting, and what I love about this competition is getting to really see our champions' passion for their coffee craft. It just comes to life in a way that, you know, how they share the coffee and all these tastings, and it just all comes together.
Now, Lawrence, I know that you've probably tasted all the core coffees that we're tasting today, but have you tasted all the roastery microblends?
All of them, no, but I have tasted the Milan Roastery microblend, New York, that was absolutely beautiful, and of course the Seattle. So to pick a favorite, just...
We can't do that in front of all these people. Next up in the competition, representing home here in North America, is Adrian.
Hello everyone, my name is Adrian. The reason why I love coffee so much is because it allows me to be able to connect, make friends, and create bonds. Some of my closest friendships have been over through a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Thinking about what the Global Barista Championship means to me, it means a whole lot. It allows me to showcase to people the hard work and cultivation that was put into me by my partners and my managers and friends and customers that I met on this journey in Starbucks. And all in all, I'm just very happy to be here. It's truly a privilege for me.
Okay. Please welcome, representing North America from Region 1, the Pacific Northwest, Adrian.
If they keep applauding, I'm going to keep waving. So nice to see you guys here today. So I'm going to be identifying these coffees for you. I'm going to cleanse my palate first. And to kind of give you my train of thought, I'm going to be tasting these, calling out, talking to myself, and then put the cards down and kind of give you a description and tell you what these coffees are. So. I'm so happy because I get to taste free coffee here and talk to you guys. Sorry for my weird hand movements. For me, when I taste coffee, it reminds me of music. It reminds me of how music sounds, the different genres. So for me, when it comes to coffees that are high acidity, it's like pop music. It's juicy, it's fresh. But when it comes to medium roast, and because it's much more, for me, umami, much more savory, it reminds me of R&B. And then when it comes to dark roast, because it's so pronounced, it has a full body and it lingers, it reminds me of much more sad music, but more melancholy. So that's how I like to identify my coffees. Dark roasts will always remind me of the Smiths. Let's see. Not yet. So, that was a good one. There we go. Sorry for my weird mouth noises. Let's see. There we go. Oh, this is so darn good. Let's see. For me, I'm not trying to smell them immediately because I like to taste a coffee, but taste comes from smell as well. So I smell it after to kind of refine my taste and give it another go. Let's see. I remember my first time I did a proper tasting when I first got hired at Starbucks. My first coffee that I ever tasted was Pike Place. The last coffee I tasted before I went here was Cafe Verona. A nice way to end it. Wow. Picking up a lot of juicy, bright flavor notes from this one right here. Reminds me of I'm drinking juice. Rich and creamy, and it kind of lingers in my mouth. So I'm gonna have a second opinion for myself. There we go. For me, this one has a very gentle impression when I first drink it, but it's very consistent throughout the same, and it reminds me of Guatemala Antigua. It is one of our most delicious roasts, in my opinion, and so to me, it's very consistent, and it keeps going, and it has a nice, clean finish. All right, perfect. I think I'm gonna go ahead and tell you about these coffees, a little bit of facts about them and what they are. So, I identify this one as Kenya. It is a medium roast coffee, but it has high acidity. And so when I drink it, I could feel a very bright note. It's introduction into me when I was drinking into it. But it has a medium body, so it had a nice clean finish. It's a single origin, so I really tasted its terroir of its origins. And the processing method for this one is washed with notes of blackcurrant and grapefruit. So that's where the very much fruity, juicy flavors that I got from it. And it's from the African growing region in Kenya specifically. So Cafe Verona, our dark roast, full-bodied. I felt its essence linger, but it has a low acidity. It has a nice, gentle approach when I drink it. Notes of dark cocoa and caramelized sugar were very much pronounced. It had a nice sweetness, a nice finish. But it's an 80-20 blend originally, so 80% organic Yukon and 20% Italian roast. I did taste a little bit of the cedar notes in there as well, some spices. And the processing method for this one is washed and pre-washed, and it's a multi-region. For Guatemala Antigua, it is going to be a medium roast coffee with a medium acidity, a medium body, notes of cocoa and baking spice, and it is one of our single origin blends in our core lineup from the Latin America region in Antigua and Guatemala. Processing method is washed for this one as well. For Sumatra, it is our dark roast with low acidity, full body. Growing region is in Asia Pacific and Indonesia, Sumatra. Processing method for this one is semi-wash, it's wet hold. And the notes are of rich herbs and rustic spices. And it is one of our single origin coffees as well. Pike Place, it being the first coffee I tasted, so I better get this one right. Medium roast coffee with a medium body, medium acidity as well. It is a pre-roast blend. Latin American region is where its growing region is from. Notes of cocoa and rich praline. And the processing method for this one is wash as well. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier. But I think Cafe Verona is also semi-washed and washed as well for its processing method. Espresso roast is that last one in my lineup. It has a nice, sweet finish. It is one of my new favorites right now, and I love having it as a French press. For espresso roast, it is our dark roast. It actually has a medium acidity. It has a full body. Processing method for this one is washed and semi-washed. It's a multi-region growing region. Notes of rich molasses and caramel. It's a pre-roast blend, and Cafe Verona is a post-roast blend. I think I forgot to mention that earlier. I'm gonna go ahead and just give it one more taste. Hope my slurping isn't hurting your guys' ears. After hearing Leslie slurp, it's one of the things that I practice alone in my room to make sure I sound impressive and know what I'm doing. It's incredible. All right, this is the coffee that I identified. Thank you. Time.
So, thank you. Rebecca, you had the privilege of emceeing at the North America Barista Championship. What's it like for you seeing Adrian on this global stage?
Oh man, over the past year, seeing Adrian's confidence grow has been incredible. It's such a wonderful thing to watch partners develop in their coffee knowledge and their ease with talking about coffee. I've also had the pleasure of being with Adrian on the Origin Experience in Costa Rica last winter when some of the champions got to visit Hacienda Alsacia. The thing, though, that I love most about Adrian's session here was his music analogy.
I knew you were going to say that.
Good.
I just knew.
From pop for a light roast to R&B to the medium to moody, melodramatic, melancholy music for a dark roast. I love it.
And it was absolutely phenomenal. So thank you so much, Adrian. So, a big thank you to all of our coaches and the support team today. They have been supporting our champions fantastically. So let's give it up for them.
Support team, yeah.
This truly has been so exciting, and it's a real pleasure to share this with you. So actually then, it's all about the champions. And speaking of champions, next up, it's Callie.
Oh my gosh, hi, I didn't see you there. I'm Callie Hegeman. My home store is the Chicago Roastery. It's 275 of the most unique individuals you will ever meet in your life. And we all share this bond, and it's like no other. I had no coffee experience, so I had to learn everything. And in these walls, I kind of grew my coffee knowledge, and I grew as a person. What inspires me outside of Starbucks, I'm a huge nerd. So my hobby outside of coffee is cosplaying. I'm also a huge fan of the Muppets. I actually won our Barista Championship on Jim Henson's birthday, fun fact. I have a Muppet tattoo. If you'd like to see it, you can find me later.
Please welcome, representing Starbucks Reserve Roastery Chicago from the region of the United States, Callie.
Yes. Hi. Time. Hi, I'm Callie. I'm gonna go ahead and get started. So this is tricky. These are all micro blends, and I had a lot of trouble, but we worked really hard. A lot of thanks to our roasting team. Leslie, kudos to them. But they helped me with cuppings, triangulations, all sorts of exciting things. So it made this journey a lot easier. So let's get it started. I'm glad there's not 2 spoons right now. I think my hands are so shaky it wouldn't even work. All right, that one's pretty acidic. A little bit of lemon I'm tasting. Not so much berry, which is prominent in a couple of these, but I'm not really getting the berry right now. I got a little bit of lemon there. This one's got a lot of oil on the top. A little bit spicier, which would make me think it's Seattle, but I'm not gonna lock anything in quite yet. This one's also got a pretty lot of oil there. These were all brewed on French presses, if you're unaware out there in the crowd, but let's go ahead and give this one. So that one's a little bit darker, so I would actually probably already put that there. That one's very, very prominent to me. That and Seattle are both 2 that are very, very strong for me. And that one is pretty familiar. That one's a little homey for sure. A lot of acidity, a lot of smoothness. So Chicago has notes of jammy berry, raw honeycomb, and a syrupy finish. So I definitely get a lot of that citrus from those berries right down the center of my palate, and that smoothness of that syrupy aftertaste, super prominent to me. Right, that one's pretty mellow, especially compared to the last 2 that were pretty strong. So I'm not gonna lock anything quite in yet there. Very acidic on that one. So that would lead me to believe New York. That one has notes of Meyer lemon, baking chocolate. I definitely get a lot of that lemon, that aftertaste, more of that chocolate, you know, like when your mom's baking and you go into the kitchen and you sneak like a couple of chocolate chips and it's not what you're expecting at all. It's completely the opposite. Definitely a little bit there. My mom is actually here today. She's got a shirt with my name on it, all the way from Wisconsin. I'm actually from Wisconsin originally, but I moved to Chicago about 5 or 6 years ago for college, fell in love with the city, and I was like, well, I cannot go anywhere else. So though the mountains here have been calling me, I love it. It's very flat in the Midwest. I am melting though. A lot of chocolate there as well. I'm not gonna keep our options open. This one's really nutty on the aftertaste. That was something that was incredibly prominent in Tokyo. Tokyo had notes of mandarin, cherry blossom, and a sesame paste after finish. To me, it almost tasted like peanut butter. You know, like that was definitely what I got there, and I'm definitely getting a lot of that nutty aftertaste here. Quite a bit there. What are you? I'm also getting a bit of a nutty aftertaste here, which would lead me to maybe change this around a little bit. Milan had a pretty strong aftertaste for me of like a nuttiness. It has maraschino cherry hazelnut, and that's where I think I get a lot of that from. I'm not the biggest fan of hazelnut. When we got rid of the hazelnut Bianco for the toffee nut Bianco, I was like, yes. But I definitely get a little bit of that nutty aftertaste, so I think that would lead me to put that there. So they're all mediums except for Shanghai. Shanghai is a light roast, which has definitely been a little bit helpful as well. But but I'm getting a lot of spice on this one, and I think I'm gonna stick with my gut, what I said originally. So Seattle was very spicy to me, especially that aftertaste. It kind of like, it sticks with you for a bit. So that spiciness, it does have notes of like blackberry and a little bit of cocoa nib. That's the one I kept always forgetting, but a little bit of cocoa nib there. So I do get that spiciness, so I think I'm gonna do that. And I feel pretty good about Shanghai. Don't tell David Griffins, but Shanghai was my favorite blend that we tried, so we'll keep that between us. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I feel pretty good about this, and yeah, so thank you so much. Time.
That was absolutely brilliant. The energy was so high. When I speak about energy, I'd also like to call out Callie's friends, supporters, and family, and everyone that's here in the room. Woo!
I love the t-shirts.
The fabulous t-shirts. It's absolutely wonderful. I had to say it.
The Chicago Roastery boasts our largest square footage of all of our 6 roasteries, and maybe they could also boast about having the first ever Global Barista Champion.
I think it could be.
Lawrence, have you been to the Chicago Roastery?
Now, I have been to Chicago, but it was only the airport, so I don't know if it counts. And I did have a connecting flight, but it's definitely on my travel list to visit. And I do hear that it's beautiful to see. Is that correct? Am I right? Absolutely beautiful.
The Windy City sure is a great time. But I bet Costa Rica is also on your travel list, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yep. The next champion we have coming up, representing CORE, was crowned right on our farm in Costa Rica. It's Sebastian.
The winner is Sebastian from Peru.
Soy Sebastián Arnao, soy de Perú. Es un país donde lleno de culturas y tradiciones que enamoran realmente a cualquiera que la visite. Es una tienda donde nació mi pasión por el café. Mis mayores partidarios son mis padres, porque mis padres y mis hermanos, porque me apoyan incondicionalmente. Ellos siempre me motivan y me inspiran, porque para ellos nada es imposible. En esta tienda todos los partners comparten nuestra cultura de café, tanto con los clientes y con los partners, lo viven en su máxima expresión, y una de nuestras misiones principales es poder compartir y seguir inspirando a los clientes a que conozcan mucho más de la de café. Por eso que esta competencia significa mucho para mí y es un honor poder participar en un escenario mundial.
Please welcome, representing Peru, from the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, Sebastian.
Okay. Time. Hola, partners.
Hello, partners. My name is Sebastián Arnao, and I represent Latin America and the Caribbean. And today, we are going to start with this coffee tasting. But before we begin, we need to know very important things. How do we taste coffee correctly? In Starbucks, we have very specific steps to do it. First, we need to perceive the aroma, and then slurp to taste it, and then when we identify the flavor and we learn where they land in our tongue, where do we feel it the most, and then we describe the taste. So we will start. First, I'm going to have a sip of water to neutralize the flavors. And let's begin with the first one. I'm tasting. This first coffee, I can feel intense aroma, caramel, molasses. At the beginning when I tasted it, I think that this flavor justifies the aroma because it's an intense flavor. It has some medium acidity and it has a full body. This full body makes me understand that this is a coffee that has a dark roast because this intensity keeps going and you can feel it in the coffee in a nice way. The flavor of this coffee reminds me of the complexity. It has a full body, medium acidity. It's strange. But this is a coffee that comes from the three regions, growing regions, Africa, Asia Pacific, and Latin America. What coffee is that? Espresso roast. The coffee that is the heart of our beverages. It is a coffee that is in all our beverages around the world. So this is why it's so special. Now, we're going to taste the next coffee. I'm going to perceive the aroma. Interesting. When I taste this coffee, I can perceive some hints of nuts, dry fruit. These aromas are like almond. And the flavor also has an almond flavor. I can see that it has a medium body, medium acidity, and makes this a bright cup. And the medium body is there, so it balances the taste of the coffee. So therefore, it makes me understand that this is a medium roast, and with these notes, almond and a hint of cocoa, it reminds me of the coffee of Latin America. So this coffee is from the Latin American region. It has been worked with a processing method of wash process that is typical of Latin America. And when I taste it, I can feel some astringency. It reminds me a lot of Guatemala Antigua, a coffee that has a history of centuries. It is a history and some of the best coffees that we have. Why is it delicious? Because it has been grown in the volcanic soil. Volcanic soil is very good with nutrients, and it has this bountiful flavor, these beautiful notes. Now, next coffee. Same thing, perceiving the aroma of the coffee. The aroma of this coffee, it's very herbal and special. When I tasted, I felt the same characteristics, some earthiness, spices. I felt the full body that brings intensity to the cup, but it's low acidity. So it tells me that it has a dark roast with the processing method of washing. These aromas and flavors, earthy flavors, remind me of the coffees in Africa. And I think that this coffee is Sumatra. It is Howard Schultz's favorite, but also it's a very special coffee for me. Why? When I participated in Costa Rica, this was the coffee that made us all together. We had to garner information about the coffee and taste the coffee with the team. Next. I perceive the aroma. When I taste it, I can perceive first the aromas of grapefruit, citrus, and when I taste it, same thing, a bright acidity, high acidity, with a medium body that balances it out. And I can perceive those notes of currant, orange, grapefruit, characteristic of this coffee. Medium roast used with the washed method. So these characteristics remind me of a coffee of the Africa region. This coffee is Kenya, one of the most special coffees that we have. Why? Because not all the lots are the same. In Kenya, they usually auction the bean. So each bag of coffee we have comes from a different lot, but they keep the same characteristics of the coffee.
Continuamos.
Next.
Este café,
This coffee,
al probar
when you taste it,
sentir esos aromas,
you feel these aromas, and I can perceive aromas of almond
aromas a frutos secos,
and also dried fruit.
y los sabores también lo
And the
acompañan.
flavors are there
El
too.
cuerpo medio
The
hace
body
que
is
la taza
medium,
sea balanceada.
so the cup is
La
balanced.
media también hace
Medium
que se
acidity
mantenga esas
keeps
características
that
principales del
characteristic
café.
of the coffee, which
Y
is
es un
so
café que
important.
está trabajado
This is a
con el método
coffee
de procesamiento
that has
lavado,
been
proveniente
washed,
de la región de cultivo de
coming
Latinoamérica.
from Latin America
Este café
region.
es el Pike
This
Place.
coffee is Pike Place.
Es un café
And this
que tiene
coffee
un blend de
has a blend
cuatro países
of
donde tenemos
4
centros de
countries
apoyo al
where we
caficultor
have
en
support
Latinoamérica.
centers for
Por eso es que es muy
coffee
especial
farmers
para
in Latin
nosotros,
America. And that's why it's so important for us,
la
because it
primera tienda de
represents the
Starbucks,
first
y
store
además que
in
fue el primer café en
Starbucks,
recibir
first coffee
el sello
that
de
received the
café
seal
100%
of
ético.
100% ethical coffee.
Y vamos con el último.
Now we're going to taste the last one.
Vamos a sentir
I'm going to perceive
los aromas
the aroma
y el sabor.
and the flavor.
A ver.
Let me see.
Este café,
This
al
coffee,
sentir esos aromas,
when you feel this
lo primero
aroma,
que
you sense
percibo
it. The
son
first thing I
notas a
sense is
cacao,
cocoa notes,
pero es un
hints
chocolate
of note.
oscuro.
And it's
con
a
pequeños
dark
matices
chocolate
de caramelo.
with little caramel
Al
notes.
probarlo puedo
And when I
sentir un
taste
cuerpo
it,
completo
it has full body
que hace que sea acompañado de una acidez
and
baja.
it has a
El
low
cuerpo completo le da esa
acidity.
intensidad,
This full body
pero se
gives it
mantienen
intensity,
esas notas
but
a cacao
those
característicos de
cocoa
este café.
hints remain, and those are characteristics of
Este
this
café
coffee.
está hecho con
This
el método
coffee
de
is
procesamiento
made
lavado,
with the
pero
processing
viene de dos
method,
regiones de
wash
cultivo,
method,
que es de
and it comes
Latinoamérica
from
y
Latin
Asia
America and Asia
Es
Pacific.
un café, uno de mis favoritos.
This is one of my favorite
Este café es el
coffees.
Verona,
This is the Verona coffee.
el café que representa
And this
el amor,
coffee represents
el
love.
amor por todo lo que
Love
hacemos
for
como
everything
partners,
we do as partners.
más conocido como el
It's
80-20.
also well known as
Pero también
80-20,
Primero se llamó
but
Jake's
also,
Blend.
first it was called
¿Por qué?
Jake's
Porque
Blend.
es una mezcla que
Why?
los partners
Because it's a
crearon para un
mix that the
cliente
partners
que tenía un
prepared for a
restaurante,
client who had a
donde
restaurant.
vendía también postres.
And they also
Entonces
sold
buscaba
dessert.
tener
And the
un
client
café
was
que sea
looking
muy
for a
especial,
coffee that was
que
very
acompañe
special
perfectamente
and that would be a perfect pairing for the dessert.
que de
And that's why Verona was born,
Blend
and it is 80-20
es el-
blend, and that's what it is.
Y ahora, antes de
Now,
terminar,
before I
quiero
finish,
hacer algunos ajustes
I would like to make some
conforme estaba
adjustments
probando el café
because I've been tasting the coffee
para asegurarme.
to make sure that I can finish.
Primero con el espresso.
First, the espresso.
Con el espresso, olvidaba mencionarles que el
Espresso, I forgot to tell you that the processing method,
semilavado
two,
y el lavado.
semi-washed and washed.
¿Ok?
Okay?
Entonces, quería hacer estos ajustes.
I wanted to make these adjustments.
¿Ok? Y eso sería todo.
And that would be it.
Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me. Time.
Wonderful. Thank you again, Sebastian. Thank you so much, Sebastian. Absolutely wonderful. Now, fun fact, Sebastian is representing our biggest coffee growing region and the one that also has the most farmer support centers.
That's right. This region has 5 farmer support centers, and we buy the majority of our coffee at Starbucks from this region. One of the farmer support centers in this region is Guatemala Antigua, and also that is one of the core coffees represented in this lineup today. I don't know about you, Lawrence, but Guatemala Antigua is one of my favorite coffees. It might be my favorite coffee.
In which brewing method do you prefer it?
Well, this is the thing why I like Guatemala Antigua so much. You brew it as espresso. Oh, so good. Pour over, really shines. And you can also cold brew Guatemala Antigua and have an amazing ice drink.
And I will say it was one of the first coffees I ever tried when I first started at Starbucks. And that was many, not so many years ago, but many years ago.
I was so happy to see it in the lineup for this blind tasting. Sebastian, thank you so much for representing that region. It was lovely to have you here. Is it time?
I do believe it is time. So let's meet our next champion who helps to bring the last 10 feet of coffee to Italy. It's Ivan.
Ciao, sono Ivan, vengo da Caserta. La Starbucks Reserve Roastery di Milano è un tempio del caffè. Lavoro qui dalla sua apertura, dalla sua inaugurazione, dal 2018. E ogni giorno è un po' come se fosse il primo giorno. Vivo sempre questa forte emozione intensa che mi accompagna da ben 7 anni. Vincere la Global Barista Competition sarebbe un bellissimo riconoscimento per l'impegno e la costanza che ci metto per questo tipo di lavoro. Sono onorato e felice di poter partecipare.
Please welcome, representing Starbucks Reserve Roastery Milan, from the region of Italy, Ivan.
Perfettamente.
Time. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, judges. Hello, partners.
Oggi ho l'opportunità di poter assaggiare.
Today, I have the opportunity to try again all the microblends of our roasteries. Let's see if I can spot my favorite.
Nella prima tazza sento odore di nocciola.
Cup number 1, I can smell hazelnuts.
Il secondo è leggermente più fruttato.
Cup number 2 is more fruity, lemony, red berries.
Il secondo sembra un aroma speziata,
It's spicy in cup number 2,
affumicata.
slightly smoky.
Nel quarto sento odore di cioccolato,
Cup number 4 is dark chocolate,
mandorle.
almonds.
La quinta.
Cup number 5,
Castagna,
chestnuts,
legno, un po' legnoso.
woody, slightly woody.
Nell'ultimo sembra un
Cup 6 is very floral,
anche qua frutti rossi.
and red berries too.
Vado con l'assaggio.
I'm going to taste now.
Nel primo
Cup number 1,
sento un'acidità medio-bassa,
medium low acidity,
un corpo medio.
body is medium.
Nel secondo
Cup number 2,
un'acidità media, un corpo medio.
medium acidity, medium body.
Nel terzo sento una
Cup number 3, medium acidity, medium body again.
Nel quarto sento
Cup number 4,
medio bassa
medium low acidity,
e un corpo medio basso.
medium low body.
Nel quinto
Cup number 5,
acidità medio alta,
medium high acidity,
corpo medio.
medium body.
Molto neutrale, corpo
Quite
medio.
neutral, medium acidity and medium body for cup number 6.
Ok. Faccio un secondo giro di assaggio.
I'm going to taste it
elaborare
once again,
dei caffè.
just to elaborate a little bit more on the notes, the flavor notes.
In questo sento zucchero di canna,
Here's sugar, cane,
vaniglia, demerara.
vanilla, and demerara.
Secondo,
Cup number 2,
mandorla,
almonds,
e leggermente fruttato come
And
zesta d'arancia.
slightly fruity like orange zest.
Nel terzo, il
Cup number
sapore
3, the flavor is a blackberry.
Nella quarta,
Cup number 4,
limoni di Sicilia
Sicilian lemons,
e lampone.
raspberries.
La quinta tazza,
Cup number 5,
cioccolato fondente al 90%,
dark chocolate 90%,
mandorle tostate.
and toasted almonds.
L'ultima,
Last cup,
frutti di bosco,
forest fruits,
va bene così.
and that's it.
Allora, in base a quello che ho potuto sentire,
Based on what I have tasted
primo
and
caffè
smelled, the first
porta
one
una tostatura
reminds me of a light roast.
il secondo caffè,
The second one
tostatura media,
is a medium roast.
la terza,
The third cup
tostatura media,
is also a medium roast.
la quarta, tostatura,
Cup number 4 is a medium roast.
la quinta tostatura media, la sesta tostatura medio-alta.
The fifth one is a medium, and the sixth and last one is a medium dark.
Ok. In base a quello che ho potuto sentire,
So based on this,
vorrei assegnare la tazza numero 1,
cup number 1
in base ai gusti e agli aromi.
for the aromas and the taste, the flavors.
Immagino che sia un caffè
I think
che abbia un
is a
metodo di
coffee
lavorazione
that has a process method that is washed and natural, and I think it's Shanghai.
alla seconda tazza.
Cup number 2,
One second, please.
just 1 second.
Can I ask you an applause for me?
Can I ask for an applause?
It's complicated.
It's very complicated.
The second one. No, I would like to focus. Vorrei concentrarmi su.
I would like to focus on the last one.
Per i gusti che ho sentito, penso che l'ultima
For the
tazza.
notes that I have perceived, I think the last one has all 3 methods:
Washed, semi-washed e natural. E assegno il
washed, semi-natural, natural and semi-washed. So I think it's Chicago.
La quarta,
Number 4,
che assegno l'idea di.
I think it's washed and semi-washed.
Tokyo.
So it's Tokyo.
La seconda.
The
metodo
second one is washed, so it's New York.
Il quinto,
The fifth one
completo di tutti e tre
is
i metodi di lavorazione.
also a 3-method process.
Washed, semi-washed e natural Milano.
So washed, semi-washed, and natural, so it's Milano.
E in Seattle, come
And Seattle is the third cup,
col metodo di lavorazione washed, semi-washed.
with a washed and semi-washed process.
Grazie per la pazienza.
Thank you very much for your patience, for the concentration, the focus,
Aye.
your time.
the light.
For those of you tuning in and watching may not know, a lot of our history and heritage at Starbucks is connected with Italy and the roots in coffee.
So it's just been absolutely lovely to have a champion representing the Reserve Roastery in Milan. Because what we're doing today is we are tasting 6 Reserve microblends for the Roastery champions, and then we have 6 core coffees for our Coffee House Core Store champions.
That's right. Those 6 coffees, as you might have seen, or if you've tuned in earlier, we have 3 single origin coffees. We have Guatemala, Kenya, and Sumatra, and 3 core blends, Pike Place, Espresso Roast, and Cafe Verona.
Cafe Verona is absolutely beautiful. It's one of my absolute favorites. I'm sure that you agree.
I love Cafe Verona. Have you been to Verona in Italy?
I need to go. This list is getting longer.
I know.
I need to start taking
the bucket
notes.
list.
If somebody can start taking notes for me, I'd be so grateful.
But you've been to Milan.
I have been to Milan.
Yes.
So I should have also been to Verona.
Yeah, I think that's pretty close. So now we're ready for our next champion, representing the region of Asia Pacific. It's George.
I'm George. I graduated as a petroleum engineer. In 2022, I joined Starbucks as a part-time barista, and I found myself falling in love in coffee. What started as a curiosity quickly turned into a passion. I'm so grateful to be part of this competition. I think this is the platform to inspire that working in this beautiful coffee industry as part of Starbucks is an amazing experience. My biggest supporters, my partners, my store managers, my district and region manager, Aldi, my barista support, my family, my girlfriend Sharon, who always had a lot of patience in me. I love you all to the moon and back.
Please welcome, from the region of Asia Pacific, George.
So, time. Hello judges, a very warm welcome. I'm so honored to stand here in front of you. So today I have 6 coffees in front of me, fabulous coffees, and I'm about to share the experience for each coffee to you, but please allow me to taste all 6 first, and I will share it to you later on. Thank you. Very interesting. So let's taste. I brought my Hacienda Alsacia cupping spoon. It's very memorable for me. Oh, this cup's very sweet. It has a very high intensity of sweetness. This cup has very roast-forward flavors, very interesting. This cup has very much balance between the acidity and the body and the sweetness. This one has a little bit roasty kind of flavor, but it's still balanced. I love this. I can do this all day. Oh, this cup is very fruit-forward flavors. Can I just hold this? All right. Sorry. Let's go on. This one's my favorite. So I'll place it on first. Very nice. Yeah, this cup is very distinct. It has fruit-forward flavors. So right now I will put it here. Oh, this cup just bring back memories from Sumatra when Lennon led my bus at that time. All right, I will switch it on. These two cups has very pleasant acidity. It has a very fruit-forward acidity. All right. All right, judges. So let's start with the first coffee. So our first coffee on my left. So I can smell the very fruit-forward aroma. So it has berries and fruity aroma. It has medium to low acidity. It's high acidity. That reminds me of citric and tartar quality like blackcurrant. And it has a medium to full body. The body is like silky and honey-like body. And it has the flavors of blackcurrant, grapefruit, and it has a chocolate-coated orange finish. So this is a medium roasted of a washed coffee from Kenya. So move on to the next coffee. This coffee is very special to me as the Starbucks Indonesia partners, and just reminds me of Lennon because Lennon was leading my bus that time at Sumatra Origin Experience. So I can smell the unique earthy aroma from this coffee, and it has warm spices aroma as well, and it has medium to low acidity. So it has acidity there. It has medium to full body. And the flavors The flavor is quite complex. It has sweet brown sugar. It has rich herbs, like reminding me of lemongrass, and it has a spices finish like ginger. And now we move on to the third coffee. So this coffee is so amazing. It's the heart of every espresso-based beverage. So the aroma of this coffee is it has a smoky aroma and roasty. It has full body with very low acidity, and the flavors, it has dark caramel, roasty sweet, and it has molasses finish. So this is a dark roasted of a blend between washed Latin American coffees and semi-washed Asia Pacific coffees. So this is espresso roast. And then our fourth coffees, this pretty much balanced coffee. I can smell the aroma of cocoa and warm spices. It has medium crisp acidity and medium body, just smooth and balanced. And the flavors of this coffee, I can literally taste milk chocolate in there, sweet brown sugar, and spice finish in the end. So this is a medium roasted of single origin coffee, washed coffee from Guatemala, Antigua. So move on to the fifth one. So I can smell the aroma of cocoa and warm spices. It has medium to high acidity like a green apple, medium smooth body. The flavors are chocolate, milk chocolate, sweet brown sugar, and green apple in it. So this is a blend between washed and pulp natural Latin American coffees, and it is part of medium roasted coffees. And final coffee, it has the aroma of baking chocolate and a little bit smoky. It has a medium to low acidity with medium to full body, and it has the flavors of dark chocolate and caramelized sugar and molasses finish. So this is a blend between washed Latin American coffees and semi-washed Asia Pacific coffees and our dark roasted coffees. So I'm George. Thank you so much. It's my honor to share the experience with you, all the experts today. My time.
And thank you, George. And once again, it's George. Woo! Now, I could not think of a more perfect time to meet our judges. So let's call them over and come stand with us and get to know them a bit better.
Just the head judges. So you can see that there's a few people with clipboards standing around our judges seated at the table. And I want to introduce you guys to the head judges of this competition. Christian? Okay. Christian, I'll start with you. Tell us, who are you? Where are you from?
So I'm originally from Pisa, and with a Leaning Tower.
Yes.
In Italy, but I work in Milan in the roastery. I take care of ops for the roastery partner. But yeah, so for these 3 days, I'm one of the head judge.
How long have you been a Starbucks partner?
About 11 years.
11 years. That's awesome. And have you participated in Barista Championships before now?
Yes, I have. I think it was like second or third years in Starbucks. So I started as a barista in London. Hence the accent. So as barista, I've competed in championships, but then after I left the barista role, I said, let's leave space for someone else.
And you've overseen championships both in the Milan Roastery and for all of EMEA as well, is that right?
Yes, correct. So in the roastery and in EMEA, we organize every year barista championships. For the roastery, I help organizing those two, and for the EMEA one last year, I was one of the hosts. So I took inspirations from you.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome. Maybe one highlight of your time participating in a barista championship.
I think the learnings you get from it. So it's amazing how, even though it's a really extremely stressful experiences, I mean, for who's here and never done it, it's one of the most stressful things I've ever done. But then at the end of it, you come out with a lot of learnings. You know what not to do and what to do better next time. So I think it's great experience for life in general.
Love it. We're all learning. That's awesome. Yeah. All right.
It's absolutely wonderful to hear all of those stories about past championships and all the experiences that we have. So actually now I'm going to hand over to Noor. Noor, I'm going to jump straight in. What's your favorite coffee, Noor?
Guatemala Antigua.
Absolutely. And we did say that earlier, didn't we? That's one of our favorite coffees. So just love to get to know you a bit more. Where are you from? What do you do? Let us know.
I'm originally from Singapore, and currently now I work for coffee education in Hong Kong Support Center. And
how long have you been a partner? How long have you been a partner, Noor?
I've been a 20-year partner this year. My 20
Absolutely incredible. Yeah. Round of applause for 20-year partner, Noor.
Awesome.
And my question to you is, what are you most excited about as part of this whole championships here in Las Vegas right now?
Crazy, crazy, crazy. 14,000 partners, 12 champions to the world. First GBC ever.
Absolutely, the first ever global barista championships. And I know we're also excited to be here.
I love it. It's so great to have you guys. Okay, Alvaro, you're next. Where are you from?
Spain originally, but I work in London.
Awesome. And how long have you been a Starbucks partner?
I've been a Starbucks partner for 11 years, and I have to say, I have my job right now thanks to Christian. I went to see his store 8 years ago, and he said, hey, we're hiring. So I moved from Spain to London, and the rest is history.
So you guys have spent your whole career together?
Kind of, yeah, yeah.
Where he goes, I goes. Where I go, he goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I need to go to London.
Okay. Good plug. Well, I can't be prouder of you guys for being here and for judging our competition and keeping those other judges in line. And we're going to get you guys back to work now.
Thank you.
Thanks for chatting with us for a minute.
Can we get an applause for them as well?
Thank you. It was absolutely fantastic meeting all you guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, you guys. I know our champions are all excited at the prospect of not only being the first global barista champion, but also winning the grand prize of traveling to all 6 Starbucks Reserve roasteries around the world, courtesy of Delta Airlines.
And that is a prize indeed. It is truly marvelous, and I'm so excited for that champion.
Now, from the Evergreen State, the gray clouds, and where specialty coffee, I think, along with grunge music, was born. Next up is David from my hometown of Seattle, from the Starbucks Reserve Roastery. Let's give it up for David.
Hello, my name is David Mason. I'm from Seattle, Washington, and I've been with Starbucks for 16 years. My home store is the Seattle Reserve Roastery. It's a one-of-a-kind experience that set the standard for what can be possible at Starbucks. It highlights the passion of coffee, barista craft, mixology, and culinary excellence. What I love about coffee is its ability to bring people together. The stories around coffee have connected me with lifelong friends and continues to nurture new friendships. Winning this competition would be very exciting for me because it would allow me to share with the world what can be possible when you follow your passion and love what you do each day.
Please welcome, representing Starbucks Reserve Roastery Seattle, from the region of the United States, David.
Hey everyone, as you might have heard, my name is David Mason. It's great to see you. Tasting coffee is my favorite thing, so I'm so excited to take you along on this journey around the world with these great microblends. They're all so special, so let's get to it. So first we'll give this a nice smell. Right off the bat, I'll get like a nice chocolatey note to it. More like a milk chocolate, it's a little bit smooth. There's a couple of fruity undertones in there, a little bit like a berry, a little bit like a stone fruit. Let's go ahead and give this one a slurp to really open up the flavors. Yeah, the chocolate is definitely there. Yeah, I kind of get a little bit of berry notes in there. Let's take a look and see how the acidity is on here. Okay, so it kind of made my mouth water just a little bit. I'd probably call it like a medium acidity. Now the body, let's see. So how long is it lingering? This one, it is lingering just a little bit longer. So in between a medium, maybe medium full-bodied on this. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and set down some of these cards. A lot of them share a lot of similarities, so there's a chance I'm going to be moving them back and forth. Let's start here. Moving on to the next one. Let's go ahead and cleanse the palate. And the next aroma. Yeah, this one has a powdered chocolate right off the nose. Has a little bit of a tartness, kind of like you would find in a citrus fruit. Now let's pay attention to the acidity. Yeah, probably about a medium acidity, a little bit mouth-watering. And the flavor doesn't linger too long, so it's probably about a medium bodied as well. All right, number 3. The aroma, it's a little roasty right off the nose. A little bit harder to find any fruity notes, but definitely chocolatey. And kind of some nutty notes in there also, maybe like a roasted almond. That one, it has kind of like a nice berry flavor, maybe even a cherry note in there. The acidity is probably going to be medium again. Especially with the chocolatey notes in here. That's kind of characteristic of like a Latin American coffee. Kind of lingers a little bit longer also, so maybe like a medium bodied, maybe a medium full bodied. Okay. The fourth one. Nice chocolatey aroma. Slight nuttiness. Let's see if we can pull out any of those fruity notes. Oh, that one was nice and smooth. Definitely like a fruit, maybe a little bit berry, maybe a little bit like an apple. That one actually had kind of a lower acidity. Let me give it one more. Yeah, kind of a surprising low acidity, but a medium body, so it just kind of lingers just a little bit. Let's go ahead and place that there. All right. All right, chocolatey. This kind of has some berry notes going on. Medium acidity. And kind of a medium full body. That flavor seems to linger for quite a while. That one was very nice. All right, let's take a look at this last one that we have. Had kind of a light milk chocolatey note to it. Some berry undertones. About a medium acidity. A lot more fruity notes are coming out as I'm experiencing this one. Okay, so I'm gonna move these around now that I've experienced all of them. The Chicago usually has kind of a jammy berry note in there. That one was really nice. These two. All right, and there you have it, all 6 of the roastery microblends from around the world. Thank you.
There's just something so special about the Seattle Roastery. Not only is it our first roastery that we opened, but it's also in Starbucks' hometown of Seattle. I hear about so many visitors who come to Seattle, and the roastery is just the first thing to do on their travel bucket list.
Absolutely, and I just visited Seattle myself, and I loved visiting the roastery because there's something really amazing about seeing the full roastery process come to life before your eyes. And it's so special with such unique beverages there.
That's one of my favorite parts, is all the different beverages that you can only get in the roastery. It makes it such a special time to hang out and taste all the beverages. This next champion up is surrounded by unique beverages in their region. Representing China, let's give it up for Charlie.
Hello， 伙伴们，大家好，我是查理，是一个来自啤酒之都青岛。我也是星巴克中国2024年的咖啡公使。这次我将代表中国市场参加首届星巴克全球咖啡师大赛。这场比赛中给我最大支持的肯定是我，因为去参加这次世界赛，其实他们是我最坚强的后盾和底气。爸，我的教练们，必须的，
太强了，我的查理。
我的教练团队，他们也是我的伙伴，然后无论何时给了我很多的灵感迸发的瞬间，然后我自己如果很多时候有什么样的新的思路，无论几点，他们一定会出现在我的身边。如果这次世界赛可以拿到冠军的话，那意味着我好牛啊！所以我们对这次大赛很有信心。
Please welcome, representing China, Charlie.
Hi, judges and partners. I am Charlie. I come from Starbucks China. I'm very excited to be here in Las Vegas to taste these 6 of my favorite coffees.
评委们可以享受
So following, I want the judges to be able to enjoy the lights, the stage, and also watch me tasting these coffees. All right. Among these 6 coffees, when I was trying to test the aroma, I used a different order compared to other competitors. So this very first one is my favorite, Kenya. As I was smelling the coffee, it was a very distinctive mixed fruit as well as a citrus aroma. After I tasted it, I noticed a higher acidity and a lower body. Overall, the flavor is very clean, combined with black currants and grapefruit. So I feel like the overall flavor came from the single origin African coffee beans. I feel like the bright citrus is this characteristic. We're also using washed processing and also medium roasting. Combine all the above, it creates this very clean and comfortable flavor in our mouth. So in the summer, iced Kenya is one of the most popular coffees in China. So this last coffee right here today gives me a sense of a dark roasting flavor and also the flavor of roasted nuts as well as caramel sweetness. So after my tasting, I feel like it has a very bold flavor. Overall, it tastes very much like molasses, caramel. The sweetness lingers in my mouth. So I feel like the overall flavor, it was because it has a pre-roast blend of our 3 producing regions. And with the dark roasting, the dark roasty flavor allow it to really release the full sweetness. Washed and semi-washed processing, creating this flavor in our mouth. That's why I think whether it is with black coffee or with milk, is the espresso roast.
那在今天的 espresso 旁边的这支咖啡豆
So the coffee is sitting next to espresso.
可可
I'm tasting some
柔和的
cocoa,
香料的香
a
气。
very soft spice aroma.
入口之后，它的酸度中的
After it's in my mouth, the medium acidity
风
and
味
the
也是
medium
非常迷
body
人的可可，以及
gives me a very attractive cocoa and nutty chocolate flavor.
所以我会判断它应该是我们最喜欢的派克。
So I figured that should be one of our favorites, Pike Place.
是
Because I really love the story behind
一款
it.
口感平衡的咖啡。
I like
所以我们
a coffee that has
来自拉
balanced
丁美洲
flavor.
的咖啡豆，然后
Coffee beans came from Latin America with washed processing,
中度烘焙，
medium roasting,
所以造就了它在我们口腔中非常平衡的口感。
creating this really balanced flavor in our mouth.
所以同样，我们面前的这个，
And at the same time, this number 4,
它和派
right
克
in
有
front
着
of
很
us,
多的相似之处。
it has a lot of similarities
它们都来
as
自拉
Pike
丁美
Place,
洲，
maybe
所以它
because they both came from Latin America.
可可
So the aroma also came from cocoa and some soft
同样也是
spices.
酸度中等。
After it's in my mouth, it has a medium acidity and medium
它
body.
的风味当中，
In this
除了
coffee,
可可之外，却
the
有
flavor
非常
contains not only
明显的
cocoa and also some rustic spices, and that's why I really like it.
它不仅是我们来自单一产地的
Not only does it
拉丁
come
美
from a
洲
single
那
origin
我们
of
也
Latin
为它选择
America,
了水洗法，搭配
we
中国
also
这样的
applied
方式
washed
让它在
processing
我们的
with
口中
medium
非常
roast
的轻柔，
to create this soft, comfortable flavor in our mouth.
The 那肯亚旁边的这支咖啡豆
The one that's sitting next to Kenya,
在闻香的时候，
when I was smelling it, I could really smell a rich and complex herb as well as rustic spice
刚才
aroma.
在高温段的时候，我没有
But then when it was at a higher temperature, I wasn't able to evaluate it because Sumatra at a medium temperature level is actually my preference or
较
preferred.
中低的酸度，同
It
时
has a low to medium acidity and a
即
medium
便它在我们
body
口腔
or
中是
texture.
一些丰富的草本，以及
In my
香
mouth, I can really taste the rich and complex herbs and the spices.
较短的发酵周期。
But because of their shorter fermentation process and longer sun-dry
马查的
period,
时候看到卡农会把
when I went to Sumatra, I saw the coffee farmers, they would just lay the coffee beans on the ground to allow them to sun-dry. That's how they brought us this very rich herb flavor.
所以在我们的很多拼配咖啡豆中
So
Sumatra
among a lot of our blends, Sumatra is one of our favorites.
那我们最后的这支
Finally,
闻香的时候是一
when I was smelling it,
香气
I smelled
入口之后
aroma of
酸度
cocoa.
偏低，纯度
Upon tasting, I feel like there's a lower acidity,
巧克力。
medium body, overall tastes like
因
dark
为我知道
chocolate.
这支咖啡豆最开始的诞生
Because I know the birth of this coffee beans was to pair with Jake's Restaurant's dark chocolate cake.
也很像是巧克力
So the
蛋糕
overall flavor tastes just
化了
like chocolate cake as it melts in your mouth.
那这款咖啡豆是烘焙
So
后
this coffee beans was blended
非
after
常的独
roasting
特，同时水
Very
洗半
unique
水洗法加工
and washed and semi-washed processing
方式，
using
像刚刚
dark
espresso
roast.
一样。
Just like earlier, the espresso roast, I personally feel like the dark roast will bring that flavor in your mouth, making it bold and creating that chocolate texture.
好的，谢谢大家的时间。那
I thank you for your
以上
time.
就是我跟各位分享的今天我喝到的咖啡风。
And these are the coffees that I tasted that I share with you and 6 of my favorite coffee
查理
beans.
来自 Starbucks。
I hope you enjoy your time today. I'm
Charlie。
Charlie. I came from China. Thank you.
So, can you believe we are more than halfway through the first round of this competition?
Flying by.
Time is absolutely flying. It's so exciting. And I must say that meeting our champions for the first time this past weekend,
They've really shared their individuality, their personality, all of this wonderful passion that they have for where they work, what they do, where they're from, all of their passions. And it's just absolutely incredible to see.
It's really coming through in their tasting. As they're describing these coffees, you know, they're tasting coffee without knowing what the flavors are. And it really showcases their talent and their knowledge of our core coffees. It's been amazing. And I do not envy our judges. They're focused on quality. They're listening to every word the partners are saying and ensuring the champions are getting it right to see who moves on to the next round.
And in saying that, it's time for our next champion to the blind tasting. And from a city that I've recently visited, it's New York City, it's Victor.
My name is Victor Diab. I am the barista champion representing the New York City Roastery. Everyone here is so passionate about their craft, and we all care very much about making the moment right and going above and beyond. Every guest that steps through those doors comes from across the globe just to see us. So our top priority is to ensure everyone has a meaningful moment and a meaningful connection. What I love about coffee is that it brings me back to my childhood when I would walk through the park with my mom every morning and we'll get cups of coffee together. So it has a lot of sentimental value when I talk about coffee.
Hi.
Please welcome, representing Starbucks Reserve Roastery, New York City, from the region of the United States, Victor.
Yeah. Woo. How's everyone doing? Yeah. All right. I just need a little sip. All right. Time. Okay. It's really nice to be here with you all. So I'm excited to be here. My strategy, I'm gonna go into just tasting them all first, and then, yeah. I'm gonna double dip on each one of them because I need coffee. So. It's really smooth, doesn't have any. Most of these coffees are medium acidity except for Milan, so it's gonna be difficult to try to find. Yeah, I kind of know what New York coffee tastes like, so that might be New York. Okay. Yeah, I got some learning techniques from Leslie, the whistling, so I'm trying my best with those. right. That's not where that goes, but it's fine. So with the first one, I got a really smooth mouthfeel, so it wasn't an overpowering taste. I kind of would say out of the 6, this might be, I would say Seattle. And I'm gonna go with Seattle because it has notes of blackberry. It also has hints of cocoa nib, which gives it that little bitterness to it. And with the second one, I'm gonna have to say New York. And hopefully I get this right, because it has effervescence of layer melon, but I've come to realize that's not a fruit, it's actually a plant. So, yeah. For the third one, I'm gonna go with Milan. The reason why I chose Milan, it reminds me of like espresso, like an espresso roast. Has chocolate hazelnut, has saffron and maraschino cherries. I hope I got that right. But. And for the fourth, I'm gonna go with Tokyo, just because I was picking up some of the cherry blossoms. Shanghai. So I've recently just tried Shanghai, and I might have to say it's one of my favorite coffees trying it, besides New York, obviously, but. And I'm gonna go with the last one being Shanghai, just because it gives us off a caramelly body, and it's really smooth. And then last but not least will be Chicago. The reason being, it is also sweet. It has raw honeycomb, and it also has it just spaced on me with that one. But definitely because of the sweetness of the raw honeycomb, it gravitated towards this being Chicago for me. And as I said, most of these have medium acidity. Besides Milan, it's more of a medium to high acidity. And yeah, I don't want to second guess myself, so just gonna go with my gut on this one. And yeah, time.
A great display of craft from our last 3 roastery champions. Victor, great job. As you can see, if you've just tuned in, what we're doing is our roastery champions are blind tasting 6 of the Reserve Roastery microblends. And the core?
Absolutely. So the core coffee house champions are tasting 6 core Starbucks coffees. So you know what, Rebecca, I was a little bit nervous during that blind tasting because, you know, true congratulations to our champions for tasting these 6 coffees. And it's with such confidence. Did you notice that when it came through?
I did, yes. And you know who else had such confidence? Lawrence, you opened with such confidence during that blind tasting I surprised you with.
I think I've just realized that of all the coffees lined up, House Blend is not one of them.
No.
So I don't know where I got that from.
Yeah. Okay, well, these coffee tastings that we've been hearing the competitors talk about has been really incredible, showcasing not only the coffee masters from our core stores, but also those champions from the roasteries.
I think what really comes through is the passion for coffee. They have great storytelling. They have great understanding of all those little bits that go into stories, coffee, craft, and knitting it all together on this stage here in Las Vegas is something that is truly wonderful to see.
Can you imagine? They've been working for weeks with their coaches, practicing, tasting all the coffees, and then this day finally comes where they get to showcase all of their skills and all of their knowledge here on the global stage. It's so cool.
And again, may I say, it's that confidence, and it's really starting to shine through.
Well, we're getting to our final few competitors for this round. Next up, Nobuki.
Hello partners, I'm Nobuki Shimoide. I work as a store manager in Sapporo, located in the north of Japan. We have beautiful nature, a lot of tasty food, and amazing nice weather, especially winter. When I heard of this competition for the first time, I felt, oh my god, amazing. It is fire. I want to inspire every partner and make them have more confidence as partner. As a store manager, I want to prove that it's possible to take balance between expanding coffee culture and growing our businesses. As a partner, I want to tell everyone, collecting over coffee, it's so much fun.
Please welcome, representing Japan, Nobuki.
Are you ready? Time. Welcome, everyone. Are you getting ready? Okay. Leslie, Oscar, Leno, it's nice to see you. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm very excited to do coffee tasting together. So please feel relaxed and enjoy my performance. First of all, let me smell this beautiful aroma. Wow, amazing. Wow, I love this coffee because this is my favorite coffee. All right, every cup of coffee smells really, really good today. So now, let me take a sip. All right, first of all, let me explain this coffee. I knew it right away from the aroma, because this is one of my favorite coffee. Aroma is fruity, like grapefruit, bergamot. Body is medium with juicy taste. And acidity is high, bright, and lively, which comes from washer processed beans and medium roast. In terms of flavor, I tasted pink grapefruit, blackberry. So I want to drink it iced in the summertime like today. All right, let me explain this coffee. I feel like I was walking through refreshing forest. Aroma is like woody, like cedar. Body is
syrupy mouthfeel. Body is full-bodied with syrupy mouthfeel. And so it creates lingering warm feeling. And acidity is low and soft, so I think this is a dark roast coffee. And in terms of flavor, I tasted peaty and smoky and warm spice like clove. So this flavor comes from the semi-washed processed beans. All right, let me explain this coffee. The first impression of this coffee is roasty sweetness. Aroma is roasty and almond and smoky. Body is full body with smooth mouthfeel like caramel. And acidity is medium low. In terms of flavor, I tasted roasty sweetness and almond and whiskey. And I feel like spicy aftertaste. So this taste has complex taste, which comes from the blend of washed processed beans and semi-washed processed beans. All right, let me explain this coffee. The first impression of this coffee is dark chocolate, and aroma is roasty, and body is full body, and acidity is low, like rich chocolate. In terms of flavor, I tasted roasty sweetness and dark chocolate. And the bitterness caught my tongue because of dark roast coffee and semi-washed processed beans. And I think this coffee includes washed processed beans to take a taste balance. All right. The first impression of this coffee is well balanced. I want to drink it every day. Aroma is toasted nuts like walnut skin. And body is medium with smooth mouthfeel. And acidity is medium high, like citrus fruit, which comes from the washed processed beans and medium roast coffee. In terms of flavor, I tasted toasted nuts and milk chocolate. I'm sure you want to drink it every day. And the final cup, this coffee. The first impression of this coffee is elegant. Aroma is cocoa. Body and acidity are medium and well balanced. And I feel like some citrus notes which comes from washed processed beans, and I think this is a medium roast coffee. And flavor, I tasted dusted cocoa and spicy like cinnamon. All right. This coffee is Sumatra, a bold single origin coffee. This coffee is Kenya, a beautiful single origin coffee. This coffee is Pike Place Roast, a gentle blend coffee. This coffee is Guatemala Antigua, such a beautiful single origin coffee. And this is Espresso Roast. This is a bold blend coffee. And this coffee is Cafe Verona. Cafe Verona, I wanna pair with some chocolate to take a nice coffee break. Are you getting excited? You enjoyed? So much fun? Me too. All right. This is my coffee tasting time.
What I absolutely love was the passion, the storytelling, the descriptions. It just really shone through. Thank you so much, honestly. And that was our last blind coffee tasting from Nabuki, representing Japan. Let's hear it one more time for Nabuki.
Yes. So we have one more of this round. A roastery coffee tasting is coming up next. Our judges are going to make their last way across the stage and welcome our next champion. So representing Shanghai Reserve Roastery, it's Chico.
Chico.
早安，我是 Chico， 来自苏州昆山。我是一位6年的星巴克伙伴。我现在即将要乘坐高铁前往星巴克甄选上海烘焙工坊，开始我一天的工作喽。我也将会代表星巴克甄选上海烘焙工坊参加2025星巴克全球咖啡师大。帮助最大的就是我的教练 Pinky。 他是一位非常专业的赛事评审，所以他在前期的备赛过程中，能够帮我清晰地感受到咖啡风味中的一些差异，这些坚果还有可可的柔和的香味在里。如果这次比赛成为冠军的话，其实对我来说是一个巨大的里程碑。我也希望会成为一个最好的榜样，去影响更多的顾客们。
Please welcome, representing Starbucks Reserve Roastery Shanghai from the region of China, Chico.
大家准备好了吗
Are you all ready?
OK， 那我们就开始吧。
Let's begin.
嗨，大家好，我是来自
Hi, my name is Chico. I'm from Shanghai Reserve Roastery. I'm gonna spend about 5 minutes to experience all of these reserve coffees from the 6 roasteries. After that, I will share with you about my findings. So give me a few minutes of time to do this. I think this is the one I'm most familiar with. Let me come from this, my findings again. They're so delicious.
OK，那接下来我想
So
分享了。
let me share with you about my findings. First of all,
刚才我非常有幸能够参加这次
I'm so honored to tell you to participate in this global championship.
喝到我们
Because of that, I'm able to taste these 6 different coffees from 6 different roasteries. So I want to explore these different reserve coffees with you. First was this one.
闻到了一丝
I can smell a very subtle magnolia flowers. So this is my most familiar blend, that is Shanghai blend, because it's a light roast blend. So I can taste the medium acidity as well as a low body.
它拼配了来自于拉丁美洲
It combines beans from Asia Pacific as well as Latin America, and uses natural and wash methods. So I can smell the smell of magnolia flowers, and also it has very unique taste of kumquat flower, comfort fruit from China, as well as candied jujube.
那接下来将我们的脚步
Now this journey forward to another roastery that is closer to Shanghai roastery, that is this coffee
它
bean,
就是东京拼配，
that is Tokyo blend.
它是一支中等烘焙程度，
It's a medium roast
所以
coffee.
会有着中等的酸。
Therefore, it has medium acidity as well as medium body.
它拼配来自于拉丁美
It combines beans from Latin America, Africa, as well as Asia Pacific.
通过水洗，
Through wash and semi-wash methods,
让我感受到，
I can really smell a very light cherry blossoms.
而它的风味
And its taste profiles can include like citrus fruit as well as a sesame
接
paste.
下来，让我们将脚步
Next, let's leave Asia Pacific
来到了我。
and then go to the origin of espresso, that is
接
Italy.
下来，我想和你们分享，
So I want to share with you this coffee bean.
它就是我们的米兰拼配。
That is Milano blend.
它同样也是一款中等，
It's also a medium roast beans.
但它有着中等的酸度。
So it has a medium acidity as well as a medium to full body.
它拼配了来自于拉丁
It combines beans from Latin America as well as Asia Pacific.
通过水洗、
It used wash, semi-wash,
日晒的处理，
and natural methods to process the beans. So when I was slurping it, I can really smell caramel, chocolate as these 2 flavors.
同时
At the same time, I could taste like maraschino cherries as well as a hazelnut chalk.
让我感受到了来自意大利的美食。
So that reminds me of the wonderful cuisine from Italy. Now let's move on to the United States. We have 3 roasteries in the United States. First, let's go to the most charming city, that's New York.
所以接下来我想和你们分享的，
Let me share with you this coffee.
它就是纽约拼配。
That is the New York blend.
同样，它也是一款，
So it also is the medium roasted beans.
但是我可以感受到
But I can taste the medium acidity as well, but the body is low
因为它拼配了来
because it combined beans from Latin America as well as Africa.
通过纯水
I used a pure wash method to process the beans. So while I was smelling it, I could smell the aroma of citrus fruit and caramel.
而它的风味
And as
非常的多
the，taste profile are very rich.
有着
It has the Chinese lemon
巧克力。
and bacon chocolate as well as coconut.
好，那接下来让我们让
Next,
脚步
let's move on from New York to the Midwest city, that's the Wind City, Chicago.
那接下来我将会和你们分享，
So I'm gonna share with you about share this coffee
它
with
也
you.
是一款中度烘
It's also a medium roasted beans. So I can taste the medium to high acidity and also medium to full body. That's right. Because they combine beans from Latin America, Africa, as well as Asia Pacific. And also use 3 different ways to process the beans: wash, semi-wash, as well as natural methods. So when I'm smelling it, I can really smell like the yeast as well as fruit. At the same time, I can taste very raw honey flavor. Also, there's other flavors as well. Let me think about it. And also berry jam. That reminds me of that. Lastly, I want to share with you about the Seattle blend. It's also the very first roastery we have around the world. It's also a medium roasted bean. So you can taste the medium acidity as well as the medium body. It combines beans from Latin America as well as Africa. Use wash and semi-wash methods. It has the aroma and taste are very rich. And this aroma, it has the herbs as well as spices. When you taste it, you can taste like the citrus peel, orange peels, cocoa nips, blackberries, as well as spices. Sometimes I was thinking, all the roasteries from the world, what I was doing here is to bring all the people who love coffee to have great experience. Today, after you hear about all these great flavors, I think that you probably also have wonderful experience as well. My name is Chico. I'm from Shanghai Reserve Roastery. Time.
Yes, let's keep that noise going for Chico and all of our 12 champions. Way to go.
So our judges, all of you, you've just witnessed 72 blind coffee tastings in just one round. And I couldn't think of a more perfect time to now meet our subject matter expert judges. I'm going to ask to come to center stage Leslie, Lennon, and Oscar. Please come join me.
I know they're busy tabulating, but we have to meet you guys and just say a quick hello. Please join us.
Come join us. Hey, I thought it was a perfect time to shine, introduce yourselves. So I'm going to start, and I'm going to start with Leslie. Leslie, please tell us, where are you from, what do you do, and what makes it so special to be here today?
So, do you want me to hold?
You may hold my microphone, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Leslie Wolford, and I'm from Seattle. Thank you. And I'm on the Global Coffee team, and I'm a product developer, and I'm really excited to be here and help with the judging. It's very scary up here. Incredible baristas, each and every one of you. This was really difficult for me personally, a lot of categories, but the baristas were incredible. Just thank you for having me. And I didn't say how long I've been here, but I've been here longer than most of you in this room have been born. So I've been with the company for 33 years.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
I love it. Okay, Oscar, tell us a little bit about what makes you a qualified subject matter expert judge.
Thank you. My name is Oscar. I'm a master roaster in Milan. So I started my Starbucks journey almost 14 years ago as a barista in Madrid in one of our coffee houses. And I got really passionate about coffee. And I had the opportunity to open the Milan Roastery with the roasting team. And I think that I'm a little bit qualified to, when we created the Milan Microblend, for example. And just, I'm very passionate about what we do. And also the opportunity that we have here of watching all of these contestants from different cultures, different backgrounds, just how we live our mission and values, how that translates in these coffee tastings. It's been incredible. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's great.
And now it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Lennon. Lennon, how have you found this morning? How has it made you feel? What's been happening on your side?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I echo Leslie. This is a really
difficult experience. I mean, for the judges, it's obviously hard for our participants, for our champions, but it is so exhilarating, so life-giving, being just across the counter from these amazing champions from around the world. I can't think of a better way to spend a Monday morning, and I look forward to the rest of it.
Awesome. Well, let's give it up. Another big round of applause for the judges.
And thank you for joining.
Thank you, guys. Okay. Breaks or ends our first round of blind coffee tastings. We're going to take a break here in the room and return back at 2 p.m. Pacific time for coffee storytelling competition coming up next.
We'll see you all then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
to the Starbucks Global Barista Championship. Over to our MCs, Rebecca and Lawrence, for our next round of
ローストがないんで
competition.
すよ。アメリカのローストが。で、
Perfect pairing. Chocolate, peanut butter and jam, and you know it's tea and biscuits, and good company with good music.
And of course, Rebecca and Lawrence? Coffee and storytelling. Each champion's going to tell their story of their chosen coffee from their home market.
And for additional points, they will also talk about the coffee storytelling topic that they landed on by spinning this wheel.
There's definitely an element of surprise, not only for our judges, but also for the competitor, because they're not sure which topic they're going to land on that they need to incorporate into their coffee tasting.
And it's my absolute pleasure that now it's time to say hello to our judges. Welcome to every single one of you. Hello.
Hi. Okay, are we ready to get started? Our first champion this round is Adrian. Come on up.
Adrian, whenever you feel ready, please spin the wheel.
Okay.
Where's it gonna land? Adrian's topic to incorporate is sustainability.
Perfect.
So please make your way to your bar, and we'll see you shortly.
Thank you.
Okay, let's hear it for Adrian. Adrian, whenever you feel comfortable and ready, please do give me a thumbs up. You may begin.
Nice to see you again today. My name is Adrian, and I want to taste Guatemala Antigua with you. It is a medium roast coffee, single origin with notes of baking spice and cocoa. It perfectly encapsulates the flavors of Latin America. But I didn't just choose this coffee for what quality tastes like. I chose it because of its story of farmers and how I relate to it. It reminds me how I move forward as a barista, my ode to farmers, and my pride. But before we explore that story, I want to discover this coffee first with a delicious tasting. So when we taste coffee, we follow 4 essential steps. I'm going to go ahead and brew this coffee for you first before we get started. Perfect. So for that first step, when we taste coffee, we must follow these 4 crucial steps to ensure we're taking in all aspects of it. And that first is smell. So let's go ahead and cup our coffee. And as we cup, go ahead and take a deep inhale. And remember what you're smelling, because we're going to go ahead and discuss that later. So after we inhale, we do the most second iconic portion of a tasting. We loudly slurp. So we slurp to let people know that we're tasting coffee, but to also ensure that we're spraying that brew across our tongue to capture all the flavors that it wants to share. So let's go ahead and take a big slurp. Beautiful sound. Now, when we slurp, we move on to that second portion, which is locate. So we locate, where do you feel that residual feeling of that coffee? Where do you feel this essence linger? Where do you feel the notes pop up on your tongue? We also consider the weight and thickness of that coffee. So after we're done locating and you take a moment to think about it, we do my favorite portion, we describe. So when we describe coffee, we pull from my experience and from yours, and this is where I get to see you, and this is where we get to connect. This is why I love describing. And when we describe coffee, we use 4 different aspects. We do aroma, acidity, body, and flavor. So let's talk about that aroma. What did we smell earlier? Because for me, when I smell this coffee, it's as if someone were to break a fresh cinnamon stick right under my nose. But at the end, I have some syrupy sweetness to it. But that flavor, what did we taste earlier? Because for me, I did taste the cocoa notes that are present in Guatemala Antigua, but it was sweet and subtle, and it felt like as if I ate a chocolate brownie before I drank this drink. But when I think about the acidity of the coffee, It was very bright, it was juicy, it reminded me of an orange. And I love that because a lot of the coffee that I drink from Guatemala are usually paired with notes of citrus and juice. But when I think about the body, the viscosity, the mouthfeel of that coffee, it wasn't too thick, nor was it too thin. It had a perfect balance, and it reminded me if I was drinking apple juice, and it had a nice, clean finish. I love pairing this coffee with coffee cake because it reminds me of my background, where I come from. And I didn't just choose this coffee for us today because of what grade A quality tastes like. I chose this coffee for its story. Guatemala, Antigua, the coffee that grows there is coveted because of the mineral-rich soil that is produced from the many active volcanoes in that region. But it talks about the farmers. 100-year-old farms that have been passed down from generation to generation with traditions and pride going along with it. It reminds me of my own background and where I come from, because I also come from a family of farmers. My grandpa was a cactus farmer, and he was the last one. Around my age, he had to sell his farm because of factors and challenges that he himself couldn't control. The environment wasn't giving enough nutrients for his crops. The economy wasn't giving him fair wages. He was losing money, but he was losing his dream. So I've always had a soft spot for farmers and the challenges that face. But last year, when I earned my coffee masters, I learned about the beautiful things that we do as a company to ensure the livelihood of farmers. But really, when I went on my origin trip in Costa Rica, I found my purpose in coffee. And I really understood the impact that we have on its communities and its farmers. There I learned how we lead forward with sustainability. I learned about Hacienda Alsacia, a coffee farm that we bought in 2013, which houses 800 coffee trees over 240 hectares. This center serves as a global agronomy research and development center where we develop sustainable methods that we can share across the globe through other farmers. And that makes me so proud that we're reaching far out and reaching with kindness. There, in these centers, I saw their field laboratory, where they're developing new coffee varietals that are resistant to pests and diseases, and they're looking into methods to help alleviate problems that are posed by climate change. I'm very proud because we are not only the finest purveyors of coffee and quality, we are the finest purveyors of farmers' livelihood. I understand the bigger picture that I'm in, and it makes me so proud, but one moment that I really want to share with you was during my trip in Costa Rica. We went on the smallholder farm, and there we learned about this new epidemic that's happening to all the farmers in Costa Rica. The generation of farmers there, they're getting older, and they're having to sell and give up their farms because the younger generation to inherit these farms, they don't see a future in coffee for themselves. Harvesters are getting rarer as well, and we were introduced to these two Nicaraguan harvesters, Don Cancho and Dona Maritza. I learned about their story and their tribulations getting to here to help. I went to go shake their hands because I just felt proud and I wanted to say thank you. In that moment when I went to go shake Don Cancho's hand, I froze because I felt my grandpa's hand right there on a farm. To me, this moment felt so surreal, as if I was meant to experience this because of where I come from. I understand the importance of the first 10 feet because I come from it, but also the last 10 feet because that's where I am now as a barista. I found my purpose in coffee from the origin strip, from where we get our coffee from. But really, this coffee, Guatemala Antigua, gives us the finest coffee, but we need to remember where we get the finest coffee from farmers. It talks about tradition, the pride with it, and it being passed down, and it inspired a new tradition that I would love to share with you guys today. Whenever I do a coffee presentation, I pour an extra glass in a demi-tasse. And the reason why I pour an extra glass is for all the farmers, for making this possible, for the harvesters who give their labor, to the distributors who get our coffee here safely, the partners in the cupping room that can coax out the beautiful flavors from its origins, to the master roasters and roasters with elegance and consideration roasting this coffee to its optimum, to all of my baristas who brew with beauty, to all my champions who inspire me every day, and for Holly, so that they can all enjoy that first sip feeling. Thank you. Time.
Amazing way to kick off the storytelling round. I love that Adrian chose Guatemala Antigua as his coffee, and I loved how he tied it in with his story of his grandfather's farm and incorporated the sustainability topics that he learned in Origin Experience. Amazing job.
And I don't know.
Kick it off.
Yeah, it's just absolutely inspiring. A beautiful story, so heartfelt. What a way to kick off this round. So with saying that, in spinning the wheel and coming up next in this round is Ivan. Ivan, welcome. Whenever you feel comfortable, please spin the wheel.
Gentle spin, I like it. Sustainability, again. I love it. Okay.
So with that, please move to your bar and let me know when you're ready. Okay, so whenever you feel comfortable and set up for the start of your round, please give me a thumbs up. Okay, you may begin.
Hello, judges. Hello, partners. My name is Ivan. I am the champion of the Starbucks Reserve Roastery Milano. I'm here today to share a special moment with you. We share a cup of coffee. Inside the coffee press, you will find the Milano Roastery Microblend. I have chosen this coffee for its notes of a maraschino cherry,
arance disidratate, zafferano,
dry orange, saffron, and chocolate.
Possiede un corpo medio alto,
The body is medium high,
un'acidità medio bassa
the acidity is medium low,
e la sua tostatura è medio scura.
and the roasting is medium dark.
Questo perché è ispirato al modo di bere.
This is because it's inspired by the Italian way of having coffee, consuming coffee. They're always looking for a darker roast with a good body,
E la tostatura medio scura fa
and the darker roasting
gli zuccheri all'interno
favors the
caramellizzano
caramelization of sugars
e attenuano l'acidità
and reduce the acidity.
e creano questo risultato.
And this is the result.
Per questo coffee tasting vorrei
For this coffee tasting, I would like
in 3 step, in 3 sorsi.
to divide the process in 3 steps, 3 sips.
Questo perché all'interno
This is because
viene fatto con 3 metodi di
the
lavorazione.
coffee has 3 different processing methods.
Ogni sorso parleremo di
In
un
each
metodo di
sip,
lavorazione.
we're going to speak about one process method.
Mettiamo la tazza al naso
Let's start with the smell
e iniziamo col primo sorso.
and take the first sip.
Il primo metodo di lavorazione che
The
vorrei
first
condividere
processing method I would like to
è il
discuss
metodo semilavato.
is the semi-washed process
Il
method.
caffè proviene dall'Indonesia,
This coffee comes from Indonesia,
in particolar modo dall'isola di Sumatra.
from the island of Sumatra.
Sumatra è molto importante per
Sumatra is a very important origin for Starbucks.
ma non solo perché è il caffè
Not just because it is Howard Schultz's favorite coffee, I would like to be clear about that.
ma perché le sue note speziate
It's because of the notes, earthy, spicy notes that contribute to making this blend so full body.
e ottengono questo tipo di risultato
This
attraverso un
result
metodo che si chiama Guilin Basha.
is achieved through the Gilling-Bazan method,
dove il chicco viene
where
estratto parzialmente.
the bean is partially dried first, then it is dehulled, and then it's completely dried.
Ma il Sumatra sta a cuore a Starbucks anche
Starbucks is not only important to Starbucks for this reason, but for other reasons, like for example in 2023, when the eruption of a volcano caused the loss of 70% of the crop. So Starbucks decided to purchase the full remainder of the crop at a premium price. Let's continue with the second sip.
La seconda parte di cui vorrei parlare è il lato
The second
naturale.
part is about the natural processing method, sun-dried.
Del Brasile.
It is from a Brazilian
Il
bean.
Brasile è uno dei grandi produttori di caffè al mondo.
Brazil is one of the main suppliers of coffee in the world, and Starbucks buys a lots from Brazil
Porta il paese soprattutto con
and
delle
supports the country with a lot of initiatives, like for example, the I Am initiative
che mira a condividere
that
o a supportare
supports
la
and
comunità trans
give a voice to the transgender
delle
communities,
favelas.
or other projects for the enhancement of favelas.
Contribuisce al gusto dando quelle note di
The Brazilian notes give the cherry, maraschino cherry notes. Last, the third sip.
Il metodo washed invece
The washed method, processing method, comes
dal Sud America.
from Latin America.
Capita spesso che sia proprio il chicco
Oftentimes,
del
it is a Costa Rica bean.
e qui Starbucks possiede una farm.
Costa Rica, where Starbucks has a support center, a farmer support center.
Che è un
The
support
Hacienda Sacia,
Esso è un
which is also a
vero e
support
proprio
center,
sviluppo.
as well as a research and
Infatti,
development center,
cercano di sviluppare piante
where a variety of product plants are developed that can resist diseases.
supportano i farmer
In here we support the farmers
e investono in un futuro
and invest
sostenibile per il caffè.
in the sustainable future for coffee.
Oltre al fatto che il chicco di Costa Rica contribuisce con
The Costa Rica bean contributes to the taste of this coffee with its acidity and sweetness.
ma Starbucks supporta anche i farmer a livello globale.
Starbucks
con altre,
support farmers all over the globe with different initiatives and
Con
projects.
microprestiti a basso interesse.
With microloans, for example, with a low interest rate,
Dona piante ai farmer
gives
meritevoli
for free coffee plants to
e
farmers,
supporta l'agevolazione all'accesso delle caffè
and supports the assessment of coffee practices.
practice che si effettuano nei farmer support center.
Coffee practices are certified in the farmer support centers
Si basano su 4 pilastri:
and have at the basis
Responsabilità
4
sociale,
pillars: social responsibility,
trasparenza economica,
economic transparency,
leadership ambientale
environmental leadership,
e qualità.
and quality.
Starbucks quindi lavora con farmer
Starbucks
che
works with the supplier, with the farmers
vicino a questi pilastri
that want to meet these pillars
per tutelare un approvvigionamento etico.
in order to guarantee a fully ethical supply chain.
Mettendo da parte un po' le
If we
cose
set aside all these technical aspects, though,
vorrei condividere con voi
I
anche
would
un
like to
aspetto
share with you a personal aspect
su questo caffè.
about this
Milano
coffee.
Microblend è uno dei miei
Microblend
preferiti
is
da
one
quando
of
sono
my
in Costa Rica.
favorite coffees since I've been a partner in the roastery.
È il caffè che porto
It is the
ai genitori
coffee
quando
that I
torno a
give
trovare.
to my parents every time I go back to my hometown.
Il Milano Microblend è il primo caffè dove ho visto mio padre
Microblend is the coffee
per come ero appassionato.
that I saw my father really feeling emotional about the passion that I transmitted to
Milano
him about
Microblend
coffee.
mi ha
And
permesso
Milano
di conoscere la mia attuale
Microblend
fidanzata.
allowed me to meet my fiancé.
E proprio davanti a una tazza
And
di
he was in
Milano
front
Microblend
of a cup of
lei
coffee.
ha detto sì quando l'ho
She
chiesto.
said yes when I asked her to marry me.
Io spero che questo caffè mi abbia emozionato quanto
This coffee gave me a lot of emotions, and I hope that it did the same for you.
io vi ringrazio del
I
vostro
would like to
tempo,
thank you for
della
your
vostra
time,
attenzione.
for your focus.
Enjoy your coffee.
Enjoy the coffee
Time.
time.
Now, it's truly those personal touches and the story behind the choices of the coffee that the champions have made, and that is the real reason why I personally love this round so much.
It's truly a treat to have us learn more about the coffees that Starbucks offers and markets around the world, like the Milan Roastery Blend. Competing next is George. So George is going to have to come on up and spin the wheel.
Shall I hold that for you? Can I hold it? Okay, whenever you feel comfortable, spin the wheel.
Looks like it's going to be Global Farmer Support.
Global Farmer. Okay. Make your way to your bar.
Sure.
Okay, we're just setting up the bar now for George. And George, whenever you feel comfortable and set up, please give me a thumbs up and your round can begin.
Just a couple of minutes.
So as we're waiting just a moment for George to get started, each competitor has already selected the coffee that they're going to be tasting, and the surprise element of the wheel topic is where they have to incorporate that on the fly, practicing different versions maybe of their coffee tasting with each one of the topics.
And what's so important is finding those special coffees and including those stories and all of that expression that really ties into this part of the competition. Okay, I think we're nearly ready. Thumbs up, George, you may begin.
So judges, please make yourself comfortable. You ready? Time. Hello, judges. A very warm welcome. I'm George from Starbucks Indonesia, representing the Asia Pacific market. Today, I'm so delighted to stand here in front of you and share the stories that inspired me to be the best in what I do. It's been wonderful 3 years now since I joined Starbucks. I'm a proud barista and a roaster at Starbucks Reserve Dewata Bali. I've had many opportunities to connect with amazing people along the way. The baristas, master roasters, coffee development and quality team, coffee buyers and suppliers, our coffee farmers support center team, even our coffee farmers in origin. It made me realize what does it mean to wear the Starbucks apron and serve our amazing coffees to our customers. So to answer that question, let us dive into the coffee story today. So today I'm bringing you a beautiful single origin coffee from Sumatra, Indonesia. This coffee has been part of Starbucks since the very beginning. Sumatra isn't just a coffee, it's a legacy. They tell a complete story from the hands of the farmer to the customer's hand. I grew up hearing the name Sumatra before I even know what Starbucks was. But then it was at Starbucks that I finally understand just how special it is. So this coffee comes from the land of gold, which is how they call Sumatra Island. Grown in a rich volcanic soil at about 1,400 meters above sea level. The temperature ranges between 18 to 26 degrees Celsius in origin, with an average of high humidity at about 80%. The combination between the tropical condition and high nutrient soil results in a dense, complex, and full of personality coffee beans. These coffee are carefully picked by hand, curated by thousands of coffee pickers with a tradition passed through the generations. The coffee is then processed with the giling basah, or wet hull method. The cherries are first pulped and then rinsed for overnight with water to loosen the mucilage. And then the next day, the beans are partially sun-dried until 30 to 35% moisture, and then hulled
and finally dried until 10 to 12% moisture. This practice is commonly found in my home country, Indonesia, giving the beans a distinct bluish green in color, syrupy body, with low acidity and sweet herbaceous quality that not found anywhere else. Not only for the beans itself, but this practice also helps our coffee farmers with a faster turnover, allowing them to keep growing coffee in hard situations like climate change. So today, judges, as your barista for today, it is my role to deliver the quality and the passion for coffee from origin into your cup. So today, I'm bringing you, So today, I brew your coffee using a coffee press, a simple way to brew an amazing cup of coffee with the 4 fundamentals. First, I'm using a proportion of 1 to 18, 30 grams of coffee and 540 grams of water. This coffee to water ratio works really well with the full immersion method because it allows the oils and the fines to give body to the drink while keeping the taste cleaner and drinkable. Then, I'm using a coarse grind, which allows the coffee grounds to stay at the bottom of the metal filter, which will give you a cleaner cup with a rich texture. So for the water, I'm using a standard filtered water, about 100 ppm total dissolved solids, to give room for the coffee to express itself, resulting a clearer flavor profile of origin characteristic and roasting. And lastly, I tightly keep my coffee in the flavor lock bag to prevent oxidation and light exposure. So now, judges, are you ready to taste this coffee? Please, before you taste the coffee, please have your filtered water first to cleanse your palate. Thank you. So this coffee is roasted in medium dark profile. As someone who has ever involved in a roast operation, I'm truly amazed by how our coffee development team and roasters seize a specific time and temperature to intentionally preserve the sweetness, reduce the acidity, and develop its elegant body. So judges, this coffee is truly amazing. So far from the evaluation, please enjoy it. So now, first stop, I will give to you, Lennon. This cup is for you. Please enjoy. Hi, Andrew. How are you? This cup is for you. Please enjoy. Hello, Felipe. It's my honor. This cup is for you. Please enjoy. So we will taste together. Let's smell the coffee first. You'll find a unique earthy aroma and warm spices. Now, please have your first sip of the coffee. You'll find a rich, full-bodied, with low acidity and sweet brown sugar and herbaceous notes that just reminds me of my home. So, do you like your coffee? Let's have a sip again. On your second sip, you'll find more chocolatey flavors and warm spices aftertaste. So, please, while you're enjoying your coffee, please allow me to tell you more stories about Sumatra. So in Sumatra, coffee farming is a major economic activity as a generational livelihood passed down as a family tradition. In most areas, there are Sumatran coffee houses, or in Bahasa, we call it warung kopi. It is a place where everybody gathers to nurture the sense of community, where conversation flows as freely as the coffee. So coffee in Sumatra is more than just a crop. It is part of their life, woven into a fabric of Sumatran people identity and history. So now, judges, what makes this coffee even more special is not just how the way it tastes, but the connection between Starbucks and the origin. Now we will be talking about my topic today. It is a very strong topic. Global farmer support is my favorite one. So for me, global farmer support, it's how we are trying to understand the challenges in every origin in the world, and we invested tons of our resources to support them. So let's talk more about it. I need to tell you something that it's been a very tough time in Sumatra for coffee production since 2023, rising in temperature. increasing pest population and disease, and leaf rust brought devastating losses to the farmers. Their crops, once thriving, now suffered. But Starbucks, through the Farmer Support Center, stepped in. There are 10 Farmer Support Centers across the globe, and I've had a wonderful opportunity to visit one of them last year in North Sumatra, Indonesia. It was a breathtaking moment for me to meet my inspiration there. Ibu Ita, Pak Ucu, and Pak Robertus, our Farmer Support Center team, who worked really hard with the farmers and the suppliers to support the implementation of cafe practice in every sector. They approached the local farmer with the open source agronomy, a practice of giving the best agricultural practice to the farmers to overcome their challenges, regardless whether they sell their coffee to us or not. And all is free of charge. And then model farm. To implement the good agricultural practice like intercropping and farm patterns to maximize their farm area. And then integrated farming by using Lamtoro as the recommended shade trees to help them preserve the microclimate and reducing the pest population. Every single year, Starbucks has donated thousands of climate-resistant coffee seeds for the farmer community for free, just to ensure the future of Sumatran coffee for all. So this is Starbucks' commitment to the origin where we source our coffee across the globe, even when it's hard, because it is the right thing to do. So judges, what you're having today is not just coffee. It's a living connection between us, partnered behind the bar, and farmers thousands of kilometers away. This coffee are shaped by their hands, roasted with intention and brewed with heart. Because at Starbucks, we're not only making beverages, we breathe life into every cup. So judges, it's been a pleasure for me to share this story to you, my home country story to you. My name is George. I hope you enjoy my story and my coffee. And that is my time.
Coffee storytelling is truly at the heart of sharing coffee with one another. It's at the heart of what we do here at Starbucks. I loved how George incorporated stories from farmer support that he learned while on his origin experience in Sumatra. It makes me feel so proud of the team there. Well, now it's time to share more coffee stories.
Absolutely. And next up, representing the Starbucks Reserve Roastery in Tokyo, it's Takahiro. Welcome. Whenever you feel comfortable, please spin the wheel.
Global farmer support is what we've landed on here on the wheel.
Absolutely wonderful. If you'd like to return to your bar, set up, whenever you're ready, please give me a thumbs up and we can begin. Thank you.
Excellent. Judges?
I'm
ensuring the judges are getting all their steps in.
Absolutely, and I'm truly amazed at how coffee really brings out such storytelling and passion and just moments shared by partners. And this is the exact place that all of that is shown and showcased today. Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. From Starbucks Reserve, Roastery Tokyo, Takahiro Sugawara. Call me Taka. I'm a 21-year partner. Today, I belong to manufacturing team producing coffee. But today, on this big stage, I'm so nervous. And also, I want to feel closer to you. So, let's greet with elbow bump, because that's the manufacturing team's greeting, food safety first.
Hello, Lennon-san. Hello, Andrew-san. Hello, Peter-san. Nice to meet you.
I feel relaxed now. And also, I feel very close to you. So now, what is coffee to you? To me, coffee is something that helps me make a friend, make a difference, and make someone's day. Today, let's enjoy coffee tasting. For that purpose, I brought Tokyo Roastery Micro Blend from Japan. The reason why I chose this coffee was because I wanted to talk about the story of the power brought by taking a step forward. But first and foremost, let's enjoy coffee. Tokyo Roastery Microblend. So this was developed by Roastery Tokyo partners and roasters and Seattle Coffee development team members. After a series of discussions to come up with a coffee that really represents the uniqueness of Japan. This is available only at Roastery Tokyo. So take a smell of this freshly brewed coffee and take a sip, please. Yeah, I love this coffee. Brewed very well. Very delicious. I get the sweet citrus aroma and also the very smooth aftertaste, a mouthfeel. So this coffee's flavor notes are very familiar to Japanese customers. Floral aroma like sakura, cherry blossoms, and also gentle acidity and sweetness like ryokan, Japanese citrus, and also smooth aftertaste like sesame paste. Imagining those flavors, take another sip, please. How do you like it? Well, this is very delicious, isn't it? Yes. We are able to enjoy the beautiful cup of coffee consistently thanks to many people's efforts. This Tokyo Roastery Microblend has coffees from Colombia, Tanzania, and Indonesia, where we have farmer support centers. There, through cafe practices, they are working hard to increase quality and yield following economic, social, and environmental standards. And in order to make this coffee a sustainable agricultural crop, at our own farm, Hacienda Alsacia, they are developing varietals resistant to climate change, diseases, and pests, and also working hard to reduce the environmental footprint. In coffee origins, there are plenty of stories about people making a step forward every day. But today, over this beautiful cup of coffee, I hope you to listen to my personal story of taking a step forward. I could have never imagined 21 years ago being on this big stage, because back then I was very shy. I didn't have confidence in myself. At one day, when I visited the Starbucks store, I saw working partners shining there, and I thought that this is a place I can change myself. That's why I became a barista.
Make a friend, make a difference.
As a barista, the first thing that I became interested in was to become a black apron coffee master, symbol of coffee knowledge. And then I took my very first step forward by hosting a tasting for my customers and partners to deliver coffee values to them and the joy of coffee to them. Through that experience, I was beginning to feel the power of coffee connecting people and people. And then I became a store manager over time. And then I really wanted to make more contributions to those coffee origins that inspire human connection. And then I thought that the best way to ensure the future of coffee is to sell more coffee. I and my store partners worked together to deliver the passion to customers. As a result of that, surprisingly, my store was able to make the highest promotional sales that year in Japan. And then 1,500 bags of Christmas blend was sold that season. The sense of achievement, the joy I shared with my partners are still something that I hold dear to my heart.
make someone's day.
During the pandemic, we had restrictions on face-to-face coffee tasting and conversations. I was about to lose the sense of purpose at work. One day, one regular customer came to my store and said, "I'm afraid to go outside, but a Starbucks coffee relaxes me every day, so therefore I came here to buy one." That was a really eye-opening statement. I recognized anew that our coffee inspires customers' days. That experience inspired me to deliver the values of coffee to more people across the world. And then I took another step forward, which brought me to manufacturing team delivering coffee to across Japan.
Towards the future.
My team, manufacturing team, is responsible for the middle 10 feet, connecting coffee farmers in the first 10 feet and baristas in the last. When I opened a burlap bag and then touched green beans, I thought that many people's hands have touched the coffee, so I have a responsibility to sustain the coffee supply chain. That thought became a conviction when I took part in an origin experience. The message I got in the experience was quality and responsibility. One farmer said, "If I make a high-quality coffee, I can earn more income, but for that, I need to follow right practices. I have the responsibility." So that statement indicated to me how much coffee farmers are dedicated to coffee production. So from then, whenever I open the burlap bag, I remember the faces of all of those coffee farmers. And then we tend to take coffee for granted, but recognizing that there are people working hard to earn it every day, and then I really wanted to deliver the more coffee stories and values to more people. I believe in the power brought by taking a step forward, which is to connect over coffee and which is to enjoy coffee. By sharing this beautiful cup of coffee, we will be able to make everyone in coffee supply chain smile and happy. Even such a small individual action, when done together with your colleagues, we can make a big difference. We, Starbucks, has 40,000 or more stores and 350,000 or more partners across the world. If every one of them, and if every one of us here takes a step forward, then we can make a big difference to someone's day, can't we? We can make a bigger impact, and we can pay more back to coffee farmers. That possibility excites me a lot. Let's change the joy to the power to move forward. And let's work together to earn the future of coffee.
Make a friend, make a difference, make someone's day.
I'm here on this big stage to make a friend and make a difference across the world. Enjoying this coffee together, and then make sure the future of coffee. So I took my first step forward by hosting a coffee tasting. Likewise, if we take a step forward together, then we can ensure the future of coffee. So lastly, we are about to take a step forward together, so let's propose a toast to ourselves.
Please take a cup. 3, 2, 1. Cheers! Cheers! Oh, hi.
Fist bump. Food safety first, okay? Now, what I loved about seeing Takahiro incorporate that partner journey, most of us all started as partners in stores. I myself am a 19-year partner, and I really do think back to those times being in store, serving our customers, in all of the decisions I make now. And I really think it's so important to incorporate that, all of our journeys, and how that really has a reflection on everything that we do. And it was truly wonderful to see.
So we're about halfway through our storytelling round, coffee storytelling round already, but it's time to welcome up Nobuki to spin the wheel and see what we will incorporate into your coffee tasting. Nobuki.
Hey, Nobuki. Do you want to stand here? Okay, whenever you feel ready, spin the wheel.
Ethical sourcing is where we've landed.
Okay, if you'd like to place yourself on your bar, we'll get the bar set up. And whenever you're ready, please do place a thumbs up and we can begin. Judges.
Welcome. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Okay, are we ready? You may begin.
Time. Hello everyone, I'm Nobuki from Japan market. Today I'm here as a samurai to protect our coffee. I don't carry sword, but I do carry deep passion for coffee. Samurai were the warriors of ancient Japan, but they didn't fight just for power. They fought to protect something important, their family, their values, and their way of life. And I have made decision to protect our coffee as a coffee samurai. What I value in protecting coffee is simple. When I serve coffee, I add small story. Sometimes where it's from, sometimes how it tastes, sometimes a memory, because every cup of coffee has its own unique story. One small comment can help the customer notice difference. Then they start to think, what coffee will I get today? And that connection becomes reason they feel attached to you and attached to Starbucks, and also becomes reason they want to come back our store again. Now, let me show you how we do it at my store. Today, I brought my favorite coffee, French roast. This is the darkest roast coffee Starbucks has offered since our foundation. It's with many loyal customers in Japan market. As you may know, at Starbucks, we offer more dark roast coffee compared to other companies. That's why I want to share a tasting of deeply roasted coffee to give you a hint on how to share the charm of dark roast coffee with your customers. This coffee comes from Brazil, a coffee giant of the world. It grows at high elevation, where the big difference between day and night temperatures helps the cherries grow slowly and become high dense. That's why this coffee can withstand long roasting time. And even though normal dark roast removes about 18% of moisture, French roast removes as much as 25%. It's amazing. And it is also proof that our roasters carefully adjust the balance between heat and time to bring out the full potential of coffee beans. Alfred Pitt, who had a huge impact on our Starbucks roast philosophy, said, only high-quality Arabica can withstand long roasting time and produce powerful and remarkable flavors. In other words, this coffee embodies our commitment to high-quality beans and our pride in roasting technique. Now, let's enjoy coffee tasting together. Felipe, it's nice to see you. Please take a cup. Andrew, welcome. Please take a cup. Lennon, it's nice to see you again. Please take a cup. And then, okay, please take a cup. And please close your eyes. Imagine the scene of roasting coffee beans. Can you see the fire burning? Can you smell smoky richness in the air? Perfect. Please open your eyes. Smell it. What do you notice? Maybe roasty, smoky, a little nutty? Wonderful. Please take a sip. maybe roasty sweetness, caramelly sweetness. This body is light and acidity is low, but the warmth, can you feel it on the back of the tongue? Perfect. Enjoy the deepest, warmest aftertaste. This is my connection of a coffee, and I think this connection is the foundation of our mission to be premium purveyor of the finest coffee in the world. At my busy store, we have to serve coffee in a hurry, but I always add small story because I believe this is what I can do as a coffee samurai to protect our coffee. So I will show you later the quick pattern, so please leave half of a coffee in a cup. But now, let me share the story why I thought this connection is important. 2 years ago, I tried to share the idea coffee is really fun with all the partners through competition. As a result, I became coffee ambassador in Japan, Asia champion. But even with this achievement, something kept bothering me inside. Are we only making customers happy? Of course, I know Starbucks many efforts to support farmers, such as coffee practices, ethical sourcing, but even as a champion, those things still felt far from me. When my store partner asked me about it, I would just say, okay, but now let's practice latte art. That was kind of store manager I was. However, everything has changed when I visited coffee farm in Costa Rica. I saw farmers picking coffee cherry one by one with their hands, and I asked one of them, what is coffee to you? She thought for a moment and said, patience. Sometimes there's a lot of rain, coffee trees do not grow well. They stop growing coffee and move to another job to make a living. But still, they work so hard to grow coffee and to protect their livelihood. At that moment, I remembered my own parents, my father, who woke up early, committed an hour, and worked so hard every single day to protect us. I realized something. I had been only seeking coffee is fun in my job, but my parents, those farmers, are working so hard to protect something like samurai. After talking with her, I started to see her as my neighbor, not strangers far away. When I came back to Japan, I kept thinking, maybe I should say more thank you to her. So I made a decision. I will do what I can do as a coffee samurai to protect our coffee and their livelihood. In samurai spirit, samurai shows the heart by action, not by word. I want to be like that, not just because coffee is fun. From now, I will show you what kind of future is waiting if we do connection over coffee. Today, the version of ethical sourcing. Here we go. First of all, as I told you, we serve a cup of coffee with small story. Today's coffee is French roast. This roasty flavor is carefully handcrafted by roasters, farmers in Brazil. You're gonna taste like caramelly sweetness. So please take another sip and enjoy. Have a wonderful day. This is a quick pattern I always do. If we do it, customer will feel warmth and enjoy coffee more. If more coffee is sold, Starbucks buys more coffee beans and can invest in the future of coffee. As we all know, in coffee farms, many people in coffee supply chain feel the effect of climate change. To protect environment, we can invest in eco-meal that saves the water and energy. At Hacienda Alsacia, they also grow new coffee plants that are more resilient to climate change. For the farmers, we can help them increase production and their livelihood through our global farm support and resources. And then, more and more farmers are joining coffee practices. because they can see real benefits such as fair pay, better working condition, and support to grow coffee as a sustainable way. Someday, I'll be drinking good coffee with my neighbor, the lady I met in Costa Rica. And that coffee will be grown sustainably, helping both people and the planet. This is our ethical sourcing. Just one cup of coffee can make big difference for the bright future of coffee. As a coffee samurai, instead of sword, we carry the finest coffee. Instead of armor, we wear an apron. We share a coffee small story as a way to thank my neighbor in origin. This is the work as a coffee samurai. Time.
Thank you, Nobuki. I love the tasting of French roast while incorporating ethical sourcing into your tasting. I'm always so interested, again, to learn more about the coffees we have around the world. French roast isn't one we offer anymore in the United States, but in Japan, they still have it. It's such a beautiful moment to hear the pride of the champions in their coffee tastings.
And I just couldn't agree more, Rebecca. It's absolutely beautiful, and thank you for sharing that with us. I also love that the element of surprise is always going to jump out when they're spinning the wheel. And with that, it's a perfect time to introduce Chico. Welcome, Chico. Whenever you feel comfortable, please spin the wheel.
All right, Chico is going to be incorporating global farmer support into his tasting.
So, please make your way to your bar. Let us know when you're ready with a thumbs up, and you may begin. Judges, please take your places. Okay, whenever you feel comfortable.
好，你开始就可以了。Hello。好，你如果开始的话就可以了。
大家准备好了吗？
Are you ready？
嗨，
好，你可以开始。
大家好，我是来自。
Good afternoon. My name is Chico. I'm from Shanghai Reserve Roastery. Before I begin, I would like to invite you all to close your eyes.
让我们沉浸在
And let's
云雾缭绕的山
immerse ourselves into a forest mountain that is covered by clouds.
云南的咖啡田间。
And that goes into the farms, coffee farms in Yunnan.
到咖啡
Over here, you can smell the sweetness of coffee blossoms in the air. And also you can hear very beautiful stream gently flowing down in the mountains. And at this time, my partner and I were tasting the coffee. This is the most important moment in my life. Of course, I'm seeing some smiles on your faces.
现在，请你们缓缓。
Now slowly open your eyes.
我相信这种
I believe
深刻的记忆始终。
this kind of memory are still deeply ingrained in my mind.
我将这支咖
So today, I'm going to share this coffee bean with you.
啡单原产，
So the single origin coffee from Yunnan
它是一款卡蒂姆豆种的咖啡。
is a Catamore variety coffee. It is very strong. It can resist diseases and then also have high yield. So it's a very good variety to be grown in a Yunnan area, which is a young coffee growing origin.
感受咖啡香气。
So I'd like you to smell the coffee.
此时，大家可以感
At this time, I think you can smell the sweetness of herbs
还有烤坚果的味道。
and roast nuts. And they slurp, do a big slurp.
喷洒满我
That the juice of the coffee cover your mouth.
到柔
At this time, you can taste the very soft, the herbal notes as well as the hint of cocoa.
咖啡。
So this is water washed processing method, so it tastes very clean.
通过中等的烘焙程度，
So it's medium roasted,
既可以保留
so it can maintain the coffee origin's
它的
characteristics.
酸，
at the same time is very well balanced.
所以大家在品尝它的时候，
So when you are tasting the coffee, you can taste the low to medium acidity and also medium body as well. And there's a saying in China, each region nurtures its own people. The climate, the altitude, as well as the soil, all plays its own very important role in growing the coffee and how the coffee develops its own flavors.
所以这就是专属于中国。
This is the very unique flavors that comes from Yunnan, China.
而我与云南咖啡的故事要
So my connection with Yunnan coffee actually started 15 years ago. I was only 10 years old.
上小学，
I was still going to elementary
我
school.
的父母一起踏上
My parents
云南这片，
took me to go to Yunnan.
你在那里参加了一场
Over there,
盛大
we
的
went to a very big bonfire party.
但是在唱篝火晚会，
But in the bonfire party, I heard a heartbreaking story.
那些用于燃烧
All the woods that were used to burn in the fire were actually trees that come from the coffee trees.
那时候的我，
At that time, I did not understand coffee,
大人们眼里
but I can see the disappointment in the adults' eyes
对于云南咖
that
啡好奇的种子。
buried the new seeds in my mind that created curiosity about me about Yunnan coffee.
我了一名星巴克，
15 years later, I became a Starbucks partner.
和星巴克
I am very happy to have the opportunity to go back to Yunnan.
也正是因为我们在云
And
南
because that we go back to Yunnan, we continue to support our coffee farmers,
让那些即将被
which is why those trees that were going to be cut down, we can continue to see them start to thrive again in Yunnan.
现在，我想和你们分享
So I want to share with you about a story of a coffee farmer. Her name is Yue
这
Ping.
也是我和星巴克第一次来到他的咖啡馆。
This is the first time I went to her co-op.
而叶萍在当地的社会地位，
She has a very low social status
没有人
in that area.
相信你
Nobody wanted to believe a young Yue Ping.
下咖啡，
She wanted to grow coffee. So she went door by door to tell the sisters in the city, let's try to grow coffee.
而经历过3年的劳作，
After 3 years of hard work,
因为一场严重的霜
because of very severe frost that damaged all the coffee.
而此时
At this
水
time,
的叶萍感受到了
Yue Ping was very nervous. He felt desperate. He was disappointed,
转机出现了，
but help came.
在挨家挨户帮助咖
Our agronomist came door by door to Yunnan. Our agronomist came over there to help them.
农医师告诉叶萍，
Agronomist told Yue Ping, these coffee needs to grow on the slope, but it's facing sun,
来避免霜冻。
so that to avoid the frost.
除此之外，
At the same
他
time,
们还手把手
they
告诉
also tell them how to fertilize your coffee, how to avoid the pests, and also how to maintain your coffee trees, and also how to process the wastewater,
等等。
etc.
啊，我也非常的有幸，
I was very lucky at her co-op.
也教授给我们
She taught me
去制作一个非
how to make the very interesting tool to capture bugs.
这是一些回收起来的塑料瓶子，
It's actually a recycled plastic bottle.
去凿一个小洞，
We cut a hole in the bottom of the plastic bottle.
灌入一些
Inside, we put some of the juice that mimic the flavor of coffee
可以吸引并
that would attract all the pests.
同样，农医师还在
And the farmers also in their co-ops, agronomists also use pollinated bees. That bees can actually reduce the damage that's caused by
做了
beetles.
非常多的一些
So use several different biological pest controls to reduce the usage of chemicals and protect the
好的一
environment.
些环境。
So
他们的咖啡
our farmers have better environment to grow their coffee.
第一次
This was the very first time Yue
我
Ping
的一些咖啡农学知
to be able to learn coffee systematically, how to grow coffee
教
systematically.
我们非常多种植知识中心的
We need to have a lot of support from our farmer support center.
与此同时，
At the same time,
咖啡豆
if you want to sell the coffee bean to Starbucks,
要通过我们
you
coffee
not only have to be certified by our cafe practices,
让经
its quality,
社会责任
economically, and also social responsibility, and also to be a stewardship of the environment. So very important. You need to have good coffee to sell them for a good price. So good quality, good prices is the very first time that this very first policy that started in Yunnan. So as this support center started to set rules in Yunnan, so every farmer it's become their goal to sell coffees to Starbucks. So Yeping's co-op has been selling their coffee to our Coffee's Reserve series 3 years in a row. Now she's leading her sisters in a community. They have their own business. In the co-op, they have nearly 300 households, and over half of them are actually run by women. I believe this is the best example of women's coffee community. We not only care about farmers' life, we also, through the Starbucks, rural women's their life, and also we wanted to make sure that their cultures is also good, well disseminated. We also have a lot of, we continue to provide that support to them. So in Starbucks China, we already have 4 cultural heritage stores. So their culture has a bigger platform to be showcased to the world. Not only were we helping them to grow good coffee, we continue to care about their culture. Culture is very important to us. We care about people who grow coffees. We also care about our social responsibility. We want to make sure that this is all showcased in our work. So Yeping now has more than 38,000 coffee farmers. We have over 3,000 farms that's actually certified by our cafe practices. And that covers over 26,000 hectares. They all look brand new. And just think, who knew 15 years ago, all those trees were cut and burned. And now they become a great symbol of pride of China. I believe you will love the coffee in your hand. Lastly, I asked Yeping a question. Why do your eyes always shine so brightly? She told me, growing coffee is my passion. She believes that Starbucks will never leave Yunnan. I hope you believe that in the faraway Yunnan, we are growing better and better coffee. Time.
I think you will all agree that our 12 champions are truly representing our regions all around the world. And I love seeing them all get to know each other over the past week, because that has been truly special. It's so close to my heart, just people all sharing experiences, connecting, and it's the heart of everything we do, and it's an absolutely beautiful experience.
Our green and black aprons really do tie us all together from around the world, no matter where we're from. Next up to spin the wheel is Sebastian, representing the Latin America market.
Awesome. Hey, Sebastian, so whenever you feel comfortable, please spin the wheel.
Sebastian will incorporate global farmer support into his...
Fabulous. Sebastian, please do take your place at your bar. Please set up, and whenever you feel ready, please do let us know. Thank you. Judges, please take your spots. Okay, so whenever we're all set up, when you feel comfortable and ready, just a thumbs up and you may begin.
Dinos cuando estás listo. Ya te puedes quitar el coso si quieres.
Time. Dicen que todo buen café
They say that every single cup of coffee will tell you a story, but this one has something special. It has the strength of a dream and the voice of a woman who started to believe in herself. Hello, partners. My name is Sebastián Arnau, and it's an honor to represent Latin America and the Caribbean in this wonderful experience. And I'm delighted to be here to share something with you, part of my story through a wonderful cup of coffee. Each instant of our lives have brought us here. And tonight, I don't want it to be just a coffee tasting. I want it to be something more. I want to pay homage to a coffee that was born in the land where I was born, Peru. This is a coffee that has a lot of history, and it was launched together with the first store opening in Starbucks in South America. It is a coffee that is so special because the coffee farmers have kept the traditions and all their habits to do it the way they have. They do the wash processing, and it is a single origin coffee, grows in Cusco, Cajamarca, and Junín especially. This coffee is mid-roast. It means that it has gone to a roasting level to be able to underscore the special characteristics of the coffee. It has a medium acidity, and it allows it to be a vibrant cup of coffee. It has a medium body that allows it to be balanced. And this medium roast has allowed it to showcase the characteristics like caramel and cocoa that are original of that bean. This coffee is the result of decades of work of coffee farmers that have been affected in a positive way thanks to cafe practices, which is a commitment that we all have with the supply chain to be ethical, sustainable, and especially humane. In Junín, Peru, the land is not just fertile. These are places for the communities and the homes of coffee farmers that have learned to respect the land to have this coffee. When I talk about Junín, it reminds me of a beautiful project that was created there. It was called Mujeres Café. It is a project created by Starbucks to empower women coffee farmers. Women that did not only learn how to yield better coffee, but they became more empowered, they became leaders, and they bettered their community and their homes. But when I talk about this coffee, I cannot stop thinking about my mom. My mom is not a coffee farmer, but she grows something as important, which is lives. And you will ask yourselves, what do you mean lives? My mom is a kindergarten teacher, but she also has 3 kids. But if you ask her, she'll tell you that she has 4, because she considers my dad her 4th child. And my mom is the only woman at home. Therefore, she's our queen. And you can imagine the patience that this woman has to put up with 4 boys. But her strength is so strong as her love that she has for us. In 2023, when I participated in the championship in Costa Rica as a barista, my mom did everything in her power to make it, and my dad helped her. And he sold part of his art, and everything so they could be there and see me as the champion barista. This year, I would have loved my parents to be here, but somehow, even though they're not here present, they're here. In every sip of coffee, in every story that I share with you. She's not here right now, but she's still part of everything I am. People like her and our future generations, and because of everything we love, we have to think about taking care of what we have now. And if we want to continue to enjoy coffee like this, we need to start thinking about tomorrow, right now. Starbucks knows that perfectly well, and that's why Starbucks invests in the future. It doesn't matter if the coffee farmer is part of our supply chain directly. Starbucks offers information and training that helps coffee farmers to better their production. And this is not just theory saying it. We see it. And it's happening all over the world. And it's happening in Peru. Thanks to these initiatives,
se creó Mujeres Café.
Mujeres en Café was
Y ahora
created.
quería preguntarles a
And
todos,
so I wanted to ask you all,
¿alguna vez han visitado
have
Perú?
you ever been to Peru?
Sí,
Yes?
ya. Hoy,
Well,
olvidémonos que
let's
estamos en Las
forget
Vegas,
that
que
we're in
estamos
Las
en el
Vegas.
Mandalay.
Let's
Vamos
forget
a
that we're in
cerrar
the
los ojos
Mandalay Bay.
todos.
Let's close
Vamos
our
a
eyes
imaginar
and imagine
pura vegetación,
just green
aromas
vegetation,
a
the
las
aroma
cerezas del café.
of the coffee, the cherry.
Hoy estamos en Junín.
Today we're in
Y
Junín.
hay una historia muy bonita
And there's a
que me
wonderful
gusta
story
compartir.
that I love to share.
Es de Ruth.
Ruth is her name.
Ruth es una mujer
Ruth
caficultora,
is a
parte del
coffee
proyecto
farmer,
Mujeres Café.
part of Mujeres Café.
Ruth tenía solo los conocimientos
Only
básicos
had the
acerca de los
basic
cultivos del
knowledge
café.
of coffee growing.
Cuando ella empezó con
When she
toda esta
started
cultura,
with all this
sus padres le
culture,
enseñaron lo
her
básico,
parents
que
just
es
taught her the
respetar las
basics.
tierras.
Respect
Y
the
cuando empezó en el
land.
mundo del café no
So
conocía
when
mucho.
she started to grow coffee, she
Incluso habían
didn't know
personas que
much.
le decían,
Some people
"Tienes que
told her,
deforestar para
cut
que
all
puedas
the
tener
trees down
producción.
your land so you can
Es
have
ahí
more
cuando llegó
production.
Starbucks y
Starbucks
aprendió
showed up,
que no es necesario
and she learned
sacrificar
that
el
you
entorno
cannot
para poder
sacrifice the
tener un
environment
café de
to
calidad.
have quality coffee.
Aprendió que
She
respetando lo
learned
que
that
el
if you
ecosistema le daba,
respect the
respetando la
ecosystem,
flora,
the
respetando
flora,
la
the
fauna, iba a
fauna,
poder tener un café de
she was
calidad.
going to be able to have a quality coffee.
Y ahora que tenemos el café
And
en
now
nuestras manos, los
that we
invito a
have
que
the
puedan
coffee here,
probarlo
I would like you to taste
y
it.
vamos a olerlo.
Let's perceive the aroma.
Vamos a percibir todos esos
Let's
aromas a
see
cacao
all
tan
the
característicos de este
cocoa
café.
flavors that are so characteristic in this
olemos,
coffee. Let's
sentir esos
smell
aromas
it.
a cacao y a caramelo.
Cocoa,
Ahora vamos
caramel.
a probarlo
Let's taste it.
para sentir ese cuerpo medio
So we
tan
feel
rico del
this
café, esa
medium
acidez
body,
que lo acompaña
the
y esas
acidity,
notas a cacao.
and those cocoa notes.
¿Les ha gustado el café?
Did you like?
El café es un recurso limitado.
Coffee is a limited
Y
resource.
así como hoy nosotros estamos
And today
disfrutando
we're
de esta taza
enjoying
de
this
café,
wonderful cup of
¿ustedes
coffee.
imaginan un
But
futuro
imagine a
donde
future
nuestros hijos,
where
nuestros
kids,
nietos, todas
grandchildren,
nuestras
great
futuras
grandkids,
generaciones
and
no puedan
future
hacerlo?
generations can't enjoy
Sería muy
this?
terrible, ¿no?
That would be awful.
Por eso que Starbucks
And
está
that's
muy
why Starbucks
comprometido
is so
con el
committed
futuro sostenible
with
del
the
café.
sustainable
Es por
future
eso
of
que brinda
coffee.
ese apoyo
And that's
global a
why
todos
they
los caficultores
offer this support to all the coffee farmers,
por una-
global
de una
support,
forma de agronomía
in a way
abierta.
that it is an open source
Y hay
agronomy.
algo que me gusta
And
mucho
that
compartir.
there's something that I love to share.
Es que me doy cuenta
And
con
I
estas historias
realize
que
when
los
we share
valores
these
que
stories,
Starbucks nos enseñan
the
no
values
solo
that
se
Starbucks
viven
teach
en nuestras
us,
tiendas,
we don't only leave them in
sino
our
trascienden
stores,
a las fincas.
but they go all
Y Ruth
over
lo
to
vivió.
the coffee farmers.
Vivió el valor
Ruth
de la
experienced
pertenencia al
the value of
mantener esas
belonging,
creencias y
of
costumbres.
keeping her traditions
El
and
valor de la
beliefs,
alegría
the value
al
of
poder
joy, to
aprender
be able
cosas
to
nuevas
learn
y
something
ver que
new
los
and
cultivos
see
tenían
that
resultados.
her
El
grow, the
valor de la
coffee was
valentía al
happening and it
atreverse
was
a aprender
good,
cosas
and the
nuevas
courage
para
to
poder
learn something new,
tener un
to
futuro
be able to have a future,
y el valor de los
and
resultados.
the value of these
Al ver que
results.
aprender cosas
When
nuevas,
she
aprender
discovered
esos
that when she
conocimientos
learned something
gracias a
new,
Starbucks,
all the Starbucks
tener
knowledge that
resultados
she
muy
learned,
geniales,
she
y
had
hoy tenemos un
awesome
café que es parte de
results,
esos resultados.
and now we have coffee that are part of those results.
Y para terminar,
And to finish,
hay una reflexión que me gusta mucho.
there's something that I love, a reflection.
Cuando nosotros tenemos 5
When
años,
we're 5 years old,
acostumbramos a decir,
we usually
mamá,
say,
te amo,
Mom, I love
te
you.
adoro.
I adore you.
Cuando tenemos 15,
When we're 15,
decimos,
we
mamá,
say,
no te soporto,
Mom,
eres
I can't stand you.
insoportable".
You're unbearable.
Cuando tenemos 18,
When we
nos
are
queremos ir de
18,
nuestras
we
casas.
want to leave home.
Cuando tenemos 30,
When we're 30,
decimos,
we say,
quisiera visitar a mi
I would
mamá.
love to visit my mom.
Cuando tenemos
When we
50
are
años,
50,
decimos,
we say,
mamá, no te vayas.
Mom,
por favor".
don't leave, please.
Cuando llegamos a los
When we
70,
are 70,
decimos,
we
¿cuánto
say,
daría por tener
I would give
un segundo
anything
más
to
con
have
mi
a
mamá,
second with my mom
poder decirle que
and
la
to
amo
be able to say, I
y la
love you
extraño?
and I miss you.
El mundo está
The
lleno de
world
cambios
is full
constantes y
of constant
permanentes,
change and some permanent
pero hay
change.
algo que no cambia.
But something never
Es el amor de
changes,
una madre.
which is the love of a mother.
El amor de una madre
The
es
love of a
eterno.
mother is eternal.
Es por eso que este
And
café
that's why
es tan
this
especial
coffee
para
is
mí,
so special to me.
porque me recuerda
Because because it reminds me to my mom.
Mi historia con el café
My story with coffee
no empezó en una
did
finca,
not start in a coffee
pero
farm,
empezó en una casa,
but it started at home,
detrás de una taza
behind
de café,
a cup of coffee,
detrás de la sonrisa
behind
de
my
mi madre
mom's
que me enseñó a
smile,
cuidar
who taught me
todo lo que
to
amo.
take care everything of
Y
everything
esa
I love.
misma lección
And
la
this
encuentro
lesson,
en las
I
mujeres
find it
caficultoras.
in the women coffee farmers.
Cultivar con paciencia,
They cultivate with
cosechar
patience.
con orgullo
They harvest with
y compartir
pride,
con el corazón.
and they share with their heart.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Time. Gracias.
Amazing storytelling by Sebastian. I don't know about you guys in the audience, but I was having a hard time keeping it together as a mother myself. So another big thank you to our judges who are there front and center listening to these coffee tastings. Let's give it up for the judges.
So I know that each competitor is taking it one competition at a time today. But I know that some of them are also thinking about the final. They will have the opportunity not only to be the global barista champion,
but also to win a trip around the world to visit our 6 roasteries, courtesy of Delta Airlines. Really an incredible prize and title. And it might be our next competitor, David.
Okay, whenever you feel comfortable, please spin the wheel. It was a good spin. It was a very good spin, David. There we are.
It's Vegas, baby. Global Farmer Support is where you landed, David, for your coffee tasting.
All right. Okay, so
excellent.
Yeah, please walk up to your bar whenever you feel ready, set up, and when you do feel ready, please thumbs up and we can start your round.
All right,
thank you, David. Thank you. Judges, please take your positions. Thank you.
I put it all on black.
Okay, whenever you're ready, thumbs up. You may begin.
Hello. Today we're going to have in front of us our Seattle Roastery Microblend. I want to share with you the story about how this came to be. So this roast was created thanks to the efforts of 22 different partners who were challenged to find what inspires them about Seattle. They landed on 3 words: books, coffee, and rain. So, books. Seattle is designated as a UNESCO City of Literature, which means there's more libraries and bookstores per capita than any other city in the United States, which also makes it America's most read city. Coffee. So Seattle is also the birthplace of third wave coffee. So you can't speak about specialty coffee without mentioning Seattle. And rain. Well, Seattle's relationship with rain almost requires no further explanation, but just the sheer amount of days that it rains in Seattle contributes greatly to its culture. So experiencing this coffee can really just transport a person into a chilly, overcast, rainy day, but you're safe at home, on your most comfortable couch, under your most comfy blanket, just engaged in your most captivating book. So what else is also very special about this coffee is how it directly relates to our partners. So our partners, just like the individual coffees in here, are unique and special. Once they're combined, they really create an unforgettable experience. So let's go ahead and experience this coffee. So first, we're going to be experiencing the aromas of this coffee. So feel free to go ahead and grab your cup, and let's go ahead and give this a smell. As you smell this coffee, you should be getting notes of blueberries, blackberries. You should be getting notes of chocolate, even cacao nib. So when you're smelling these ones, everybody has their own life experiences. So it will transport you to different points in time in your own life. So second step to tasting coffee, we're gonna go ahead and slurp it. We're gonna slurp it loudly to go ahead and vaporize it in our mouth and get all the flavors exposed. So coffee has bottom notes of flavor and top notes of flavor. The bottom notes of flavor, which are going to be your chocolatey, your nutty, your caramely notes, those are all thanks to the roast. So this is going to be a medium roast coffee. When it's roasted into a medium spectrum, it's going to have a lot of Maillard reactions, which kind of gives it that little bit of a toasty flavor, and then also it will caramelize some of the sugars. When you're experiencing the acidity on here, it's about a medium acidity. So this is a very balanced coffee. Also the body, thanks to its two origins that it's based out of, it's going to be a Latin American coffee and an Asia Pacific coffee. So the Latin American coffee side of it's going to really increase the acidity, and then the Asia Pacific is going to lend a little bit of a spice, a little bit of a balance into this one. So this coffee is very special because it needs to, I'm so sorry. So this coffee is able to continuously be produced thanks to Starbucks' efforts in supporting all the farmers across the world. So the farmers, we have farmer support centers. We have 10 of them across the globe. They are there to provide information to farmers across the world. It is an open source information, and it's available to not only the Starbucks farms we purchase from, but it's going to be available to every farm across the world. So this is going to increase the sustainability of the coffee industry as a whole. They're also going to provide the information about new ways to conserve water. So water conservation is going to be a very important aspect of sustainability. So sharing this information, so sharing this information with the with the farmers was also going to. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sharing this information with the farmers is going to keep coffee sustainable. Another very important thing that the coffee support, the farmer support centers do is support the farmers by providing loans. So through the Farmer Global Fund, they are going to offer loans that would otherwise be impossible for farmers to acquire. So because there's usually a higher interest rate and even just hard ways to be accepting of that loan. All right, well, I hope you enjoyed this coffee. Time.
So hearing about all of those coffee stories means that these champions really have put their heart and soul into it. And we're seeing that with every single champion that joins us on stage today.
I loved how David incorporated all the aspects of our farmer promise of ensuring the future of coffee through things like loans, and really tied it in to his coffee that he was featuring. Nerves are getting to all of us, but I think he did an awesome job. Really proud of you, David. Next up to spin the wheel, representing China, is Charlie.
Hey, Charlie. Okay, whenever you're ready, please spin the wheel. Charlie was ready. Did you notice that? I didn't have to say anything.
Set.
Yeah.
Yes. Looks like sustainability is your topic, Charlie.
Right. We're going to move to this bar, Charlie. Whenever you're ready, please thumbs up.
Okay.
Judges, please take your positions. Thank you. Okay. Charlie's just setting up her bar. Whenever you're ready, thumbs up, and we can begin your round.
所以你准备好的时候，就跟他说个大拇指，就可以开始了。
我也调一下这个顺序，对吗？
Okay, I will have to reorder everything right now.
You may begin.
开始。
Hi，各位评委，各
Hi
位伙伴们，
judges
你们好
and
吗？
all the partners, how are you today?
查理来自星巴克。
My name is Charlie. I came from Starbucks China. I'm very happy to be here to meet everyone. So we just did the roulette. Now we're going to talk about coffee sustainability.
但是在我们进入
However, before we begin talking about our subject of the day, I have a question for you.
农业的关系，
What do you think about your relationship with farming?
大部分人会回答我 no。
Most people would tell me no, because they feel like their lifestyle and their job has nothing to do with farming. But you know what? I actually have some personal connection with farming, not because I grew up on the farm. On the contrary, I grew up in the city.
人们经常会通过我的
Since I was small, people would judge by my look, my appearance, and think that I'm a very cute and sweet and gentle girl. But that's not really the case.
是我的工作，
I once quit my job
独自去到了离我家3000公
and
里
moved
之外的
to
一个
a
乡村。
village that's 3,000 kilometers away from my home by myself, just so that I can live closer to
在
nature.
马背上的时
I spent 2 years living on horseback.
候是上山骑
Every day, I would go to the mountains to ride horses.
去耕种。
And of course, I farmed by myself too.
时候我发现
This is exactly when I realized
国人
the people that are involved in farming are mostly elderly.
2年之后，因为我的
2 years later, because my parents missed me so much, so I had to move back to the city and join Starbucks. After I joined Starbucks, I found out surprisingly that
也是跟农业相
the
关。
first 10 feet of coffee journey is also closely related to farming. So that's when I started to wonder who's in charge of the first 10 feet of this journey.
不想我留在那个
Because my parents didn't even want me to stay in the farm, that's why they wanted me to come back to the city. And how is the second generation going to take care of that? So that's why I'm going to ask the judges and the partners sitting here today to think about this question.
那与此同时呢，我们的咖啡
And at the same time, our coffee is ready.
先来感受一下这款，
Let's experience this coffee.
请慢用小心烫哦，
Please be careful, it's hot.
慢用小心烫。
Please
今
be
天
careful,
我给
it's
你带来的
hot.
这支咖啡呢，就是我
So
们
the coffee I'm introducing to you today is our core and soul and spirit. This is the coffee that we serve the most in our store on a daily basis, espresso.
咖啡豆在
The beans come from 3 growing regions and were blended before roasting,
烘焙，赋予
roasted with dark roasting that carries out the toasty
萃取
aroma.
它非常绵长的甜感。
That's how we are able to get that syrupy, lingering sweetness in our mouth. But this coffee is very special because it actually includes espresso that came from Yunnan, China. In September 2024, Starbucks China announced that the espresso that we're serving in the 7,700 stores across the nation will now include coffee beans from Yunnan, China. Let's take a sip and experience
它的
it.
香气依然是我们
The aroma
焦糖
is the classic cocoa and caramel note.
酸度
Once it's in your mouth, it has a medium acidity and consistent,
标志
bold
性的坚
flavor.
果和焦糖
Signature nutty chocolate aroma and flavor reaches a beautiful balance, which is what I think as the magic of our Starbucks roasting art, because we're always able to find that perfect balance between innovation and tradition.
但是在你们的口中，
Even though we have this new beans in this mix, but then in your mouth you can still taste that familiar flavor.
我最爱的风味。
This is actually my favorite flavor.
OK，那接下来的时间，各位
So
评委
now
可以享受手中
You
的
can continue to enjoy this cup of coffee in your
进入到我们
hands,
刚才那个话题。
and we will continue on with the topic.
咖啡最初试英式的农业
So the first 10 feet of the coffee
是
journey,
很荣幸
who's doing
，2024
it?
年的1月，我有
So
机会
January
参加了原
2024, I was able to join the origin trip to go to the FSC in Yunnan, China. Here I met someone that's my age, Fan Wenhao, a coffee farmer that was born after 1990. His story was very interesting. He's the 3rd generation coffee farmer. He's watched his parents or his father growing coffee since he was little. His dad did not have any professional knowledge, but he just kept on experimenting and learning. This really inspired Fan
但
Wenhao.
是他成年之后，他的父亲却
When
并
he
没有让他
was
回
a
家
grown
继续
adult,
家
his father did not ask him to take over the family farm. He sent him to Starbucks. As a child that grew up on the coffee farm, when he put on this green apron to deliver coffee, he also witnessed the last 10 feet of the coffee journey. Eventually, he did take off the green apron and went back to the farm. So when I saw him again, his skin was kissed by the sun by a lot. I asked him, why don't you continue to be a barista? He said, I have already witnessed that you took care of our coffee. That's why I feel relieved. But you know what? The first 10 feet of this journey, there's still a lot of things to do. In Yunnan, we use wash processing method. But then the wastewater produced is really detrimental to the environment. This great amount of wastewater after fermenting can be really harmful to the soil, affecting the coffee trees in the next year. So I actually wasn't too surprised why Fan Wenhao was so focused on this issue, because his father spent money out of his own pocket for environmental water treatment. So when I asked him, he just said that I'm simply a farmer that loves this land. I want our future generation to continue to farm on this land. Since 2016, when he formed the connection with Starbucks, he continued to work with us to search for sustainable methods. Now, Fan Wenhao is part of this effort. He said that in the future, he wants to try out more processing methods in Yunnan, but my top priority is the most environmental friendly methods. From his story, I saw the values of Starbucks. I feel that our generation, as young people, we are able to put it in for the future. And then also, when I went to Sumatra, I saw this coffee farmer's daughter, Ibu's daughter. She's a college student that left the island, but now she's returned to Sumatra to work with her mother. At this point, I no longer suspect who is going to continue the future of coffee, because when they are able to see the future and the hopes on the coffee farm, they will be able to return to the farm and then contribute their effort. You know what? It was precisely because of the first FSC that was built by Starbucks in Yunnan that we're able to come here and then to use similar methods to work with coffee farmers to encounter all these challenges. That's why the coffee sustainability is never individual heroism. This is how we inspire the industry to move forward together. And this is why we continue to insist on open source. We continue to research varieties that are pest and climate resistant. We want to protect the water source continuity as well as biodiversity. We collaborate with CI to start this coffee sustainability challenge to protect the future of coffee. So, my friends, all these stories actually surround people. We love coffee, but we love the people behind coffee even more. Through coffee, we can gather everyone, inspire conversations, and positive changes. Not only from local plans to global changes. I'm so happy that I have 10 minutes of time to be on this world stage and to share this cup of coffee that carries the pride from Yunnan. But I feel like in this moment, we should all raise our cup and to celebrate our perseverance in the past 54 years and the achievements that we achieved today, as well as the sustainability legends that we're about to build in the future. My name is Charlie. I came from Starbucks, China. Cheers. Thank you.
That's great. Love it, Charlie. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I'm learning something new today, too, because I didn't know that Espresso Roast in China offered Yunnan coffee as one of its components. So I'm still learning new stuff out here. as well. We're getting down to the final 3 competitors of the day today. We've had 2 big rounds of competition so far. We had the blind coffee tasting, where each roastery competitor had to taste 6 roastery microblends and correctly identify them. And each core coffee house competitor had to identify 6 different core coffees. And then we moved on to storytelling, and here we are. We're getting ready to wrap up our final bits of the day.
Absolutely. So I just think that today has been a great first day of the competition. And almost seeing everyone helping them prepare, that's really helped them because they've got 3 more rounds to come tomorrow. However, right now, we're getting ready to spin the wheel for our next competitor. Representing the Starbucks Reserve Roastery in Chicago, it's Callie.
Yay!
Hey, Callie.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Whenever you feel ready, please spin the wheel.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
What about
It'll go where it goes.
Should we just...
Sorry. Oh, that's good.
What's it gonna be? Looks like sustainability.
Sustainability. Callie, congratulations. That was a truly remarkable spin.
And that's what I was hoping for, so that's great.
Please set yourself up at your bar. Judges, please take your places. Callie, whenever you feel ready for your round, please thumbs up and we can begin.
Hello. New faces, nice to meet you. Hi. So, time. As much fun as I've had with my coffee tasting, what would be even more fun is sleeping tonight. So I selected our decaf Costa Rica Hacienda Alsacia to prepare for you today. So I'm gonna start by just giving it a nice pour. It's also gonna help cool it down just a little bit for us. Ooh, that's harder than I thought. Here we go. Muscles, I guess. See, I've already got the shakes. More caffeine wouldn't have helped that. Gosh. Perfect. Awesome. So right now, what I'm smelling, coffee, right? The first memory I have of coffee is smelling it. Growing up, my grandma, she's the type of person that can be friends with anyone. It didn't matter if you were our cousins from Beaver Dam, our neighbors across the street, or next door, the Ashfords. She would always, on Isabel Avenue, have coffee on a pot at the house. She had this kitchen that was apple themed, so she had a sugar bowl and all of these mugs that had this stamped apple design on them, and to me that smell is synonymous with that sugar bowl. And so one thing my grandma would always do is she would, no matter what you were, if it was the guy coming to do her taxes, if it was our neighbors stopping by to drop off a bag of, fruits and vegetables from the garden, she would always offer them a cup of coffee. And that would turn a 2-minute visit into a 2-hour visit. So constantly she had people at the kitchen table sharing stories and just being present. So to me, the smell of coffee is very synonymous with community because it reminds me of my grandma and it reminds me of the community around my hometown and how, no matter who you were, if you wanted to stop by, most chances she would have a cup of coffee ready for you. So that smell, that's what I'm getting. Another first memory of coffee for me is this hotel in Green Bay, Wisconsin called the American. It had this smell of coffee that would just kind of permeate throughout the entire hotel, like no matter where you went, even if you were in the pool, chlorine, nope, coffee, definitely. And so that's definitely what I'm getting. And so coffee like that has always been synonymous with community. So decaf Costa Rica Hacienda, right? At the Chicago Roastery, I am fortunate enough to see hundreds of thousands of people through the door every month. Sometimes it's overwhelming, but it's always exciting. I've met people from Brazil who came in March, and they had assumed that at this point it would already be warm and weather would be nice. Nope, snow. We call it Fool's Spring. You're getting more snow for sure. And so I've met hundreds of people, and when they come to the roastery, usually they're here, they're on their way to Wrigleyville, they're on their way to Boys Town, they're off to go do something. So a lot of the time they want that caffeine, but I think that you should never overlook the decaf, right? Especially our decaf. So, we have our blends, we have our single origins, we always have our Chicago house blend, but one that we will always have from Hacienda Alsacia is the decaf. I was fortunate enough in my training to actually get to talk to and meet some of the wonderful people from Hacienda Alsacia. Freddie, if you're here, hello. But it was really exciting. I haven't been on the Origin trip yet. And if anybody out there is able to make that happen, Callie Hegeman, Chicago Roastery, yes. But I haven't been there yet, but I'm hoping one day to be able to do that. And so it was really exciting to actually get to hear firsthand what it's like. And one thing is sustainability. So decaf, 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 decaf. How do we do it, right? How? That's the top question. So we use a method called a natural method, and it uses CO2. So what they'll do is they'll take this CO2 and they'll start by taking our beans and soaking them in water. That's going to loosen them, soften them up a little bit, and then they'll be put in these very high pressurized tanks. From there, they will kind of flush through liquid CO2 through all of these tank systems, and at the very end, they're going to go ahead and convert that CO2, which is a solvent that's able to kind of latch onto that caffeine, but nothing else. So it's not going to affect the flavor, it's not going to affect the smoothness, anything like that. And once it passes through all those tanks, they're able to convert that back into a gas. When they do that, the caffeine is left behind and it leaves a sort of powdered caffeine. So if you've ever had a caffeine or like a caffeine packet or anything like that, that's going to be what's left over from that decaf coffee. Once they convert that back into a gas, they're able to put it back into a liquid and use it again. It's a little more sustainable than some other decaffing methods, so I think it's amazing. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. When I started at the Chicago Roastery, I wasn't a coffee drinker at all. I was a pink drink gal. But slowly, I worked my way to become a coffee drinker, and how I did that was our whiskey barrel cold brew. Awesome. Another one I used was this decaf because it's so smooth. A lot of the time, what I had problems with was that bite, that bitterness, and that just heavy feeling. But the smoothness from that decaffeination process, from that CO2, it changed it. It changed the game for me. Same with that whiskey barrel, that processing, that, sitting it in those Knob Creek barrels, it changed it. And it changed my perspective on coffee. And from there, I was able to branch out and slowly grow my palate. And now I'm here in front of you today, in front of all of you today, which is so exciting. So let's start with smelling it, shall we? Decaf has notes of sparkling citrus and a milk chocolate, one of my favorites. I definitely get a lot of the citrus, almost grapefruit or lime to me. It's not like it's not a cleaning citrus, if that makes sense, like a lemon pine sol situation. It's more of a grocery store citrus, if that makes sense. So then we'll go ahead and slurp that coffee. The smoothness. I also love it on a French press. I'm not the biggest fan of French presses. If you were here earlier, you saw that Shanghai was my favorite. So, I like a light roast. So French press, usually I try to stray from. I like a Chemex, it's my favorite. But this one on the French press is unreal. So, like I said, community is very important to me, especially at the Chicago Roastery. Without them, I wouldn't be able to be here today. Every single partner in that building helped me in my journey to get here. And without them, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be as brave or as strong as I may come across, but I wouldn't be able to be here. And so the community is what binds us there, and I think that the community is what binds all of us, right? Hacienda Alsacia is something that unites everyone in this room. It doesn't matter if you've worked in coffee for 2 weeks or 2 years, if you are in core or a roastery, one thing that will always unite us all together is Hacienda Alsacia, So to my roastery friends who are in the back there, xie xie, arigato, grazie. Thank you. And to all of my other partners back there, thank you. And to everyone at the Chicago Roastery, thank you as well. So, thanks. Time. Thank you guys so much. Have a great day.
Now, I absolutely love learning more about our competitors through sharing coffee. And Callie, if you ever find that list, can you put me on it? We can be bus buddies. That would be incredible.
It's a true perk of meeting our partners, so many of our partners, when we travel to Origin around the globe. Maybe you can make it sometime.
We're bus buddies.
Yeah.
Aren't we, Callie?
Yeah. Awesome. So each partner shares a personal connection to coffee, and it's such a beautiful part of the journey to be a witness to everyone's personal connection with coffee. Our final coffee house competitor of the day is Sumaya, and we're going to invite her to come up and spin the wheel.
Sumaya, welcome. Okay, Sumaya, whenever you feel comfortable, please spin the wheel.
I spun the wheel. I'm just joking.
Wow. Okay, where's it going to land?
See, I told you.
Ethical source.
You did. Sumaya, if you'd like to take your position, whenever you're ready, please give me a thumbs up. Judges, please also take your positions.
Just give me one moment.
Absolutely. We're just setting up Sumaya's station for her.
There's been a lot of talk about grandmothers and mothers in a lot of the coffee storytelling. And Lawrence and I were lucky enough to meet Sumaya's mother, who is joining us in the audience today. Hi. Hello, nice to see you again. I love how so many partners have a connection to coffee, not only with their families, but the matriarchs of the family that provide that. I can only dream that my two sons will also tell such stories on a stage someday.
It's that true meaning of sharing knowledge and coffee through storytelling, and it really hits home. Sumaya, are we still waiting?
Good to go.
You ready?
Yes.
Right.
Thank you. Time.
You may begin.
Hello. Good afternoon, Felipe, Andrew, and Lennon. So, I can't believe right now that we're competing. I still can't believe it because it's a lot to take in, and this is the first ever Globals. And we're making history, right? And speaking of history, today's coffee, it's in the name, Pike Place Roast. It's where it all started, in Pike Place Market in 1971, where we opened our first store with a dream of bringing people together through coffee. And we're gonna be doing just that right now. So, let's go ahead and taste this coffee. Let's plunge it. All right. Here you go, Lynn. And here you go, Andrew. And here you go. And I'll pour myself some coffee as well. So, follow my lead and let's do this coffee tasting. What we're gonna do is we're gonna place our hand over the cup and we're gonna smell the coffee. Take in the aroma, kind of just forget everything around you, close your eyes and smell those notes of cocoa and praline. And whenever I smell this coffee, I smell chocolate chip pancakes every time. And I really love chocolate chip pancakes, and so that's what I smell. And of course, each of us have our own senses and palates. So you might smell something different if you haven't had chocolate pancakes before or had something that's similar to these flavor notes. And that's what makes the coffee tasting so fun. It's personal. And personally, this aroma brings back so many memories to me. My mom was the first Starbucks customer who's in the audience, and whenever she would drop us off to school, she would pass by Starbucks and she would get her American, her Pike Place roast with a little bit of half and half, no sugar, and you would smell the aroma as it's filling up the car. And it was kind of like my mom's companion, this coffee, throughout my childhood. And then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna slurp the acidity. Of course, just like we all have a story with coffee, I'm sure each of you do. The coffee itself has a story, and we get to know that story by doing these steps. What we're gonna do is what our parents told us not to do at the dinner table. We're gonna make a really loud noise right now, and we're gonna slurp the coffee for the acidity. So let's go ahead. I need to do that one day. All right, so it's a medium acidity coffee. And then we're going to do another step. We're going to locate the body. And what we do here is basically whenever you meet someone for the first time, you don't know them right away. You have to keep meeting them and getting to know them. And the more you taste this coffee, the more you learn about it. So let's do just that by tasting it just one more time. You've probably had enough coffee. If you don't want to taste it again, that's totally fine. But it's also medium in body. It's a balanced coffee. And what I like about Pike Place is that whenever I taste it, it's not really overly sweet, it's just sweet enough. And it comes from it's a beautiful blend from Latin America, where we get most of our coffees for its consistent flavor, which is normally cocoa and nuts, just like found in Pike Place, the cocoa, as well as Guatemala. And a funny coffee tradition not funny, but a coffee tradition that they have in Guatemala, Antigua, is that, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, but they have a clay pot that's called olla, and they brew coffee using that clay pot. I've never used that before, but maybe one day. Also, because at Starbucks, we love to honor traditions and cultures. Hi there, see you. We love to honor culture and tradition. Starbucks had local artists by the name of Alvaro Yotos design the place in Starbucks in Guatemala. So they did different paintings that really bring out the culture of Guatemala, like volcanoes. And you might wonder, volcanoes, what's that have to do with Latin America? Well, volcanoes are really popular in Latin America, and they contribute to the coffee because the volcanic soil and then the altitude. These are factors that contribute to the overall coffee's flavor. So for example, the altitude. We always grow our coffee on higher altitudes, and what that means is that the coffee takes longer to mature, and so it develops all those complex flavors, just like in most of our coffees. All of them, actually. And so this Pike Place blend is a favorite for me as well because it was one of my first coffee tastings that I've done. And just 2 weeks ago, I was in Rwanda, and I got to see firsthand how the processing is done, how much work the farmers go through, like when they wash these beans, when they hand-pick them. And this coffee is washed, which gives it that clean and bright finish. But I also tasted coffee that was sun-dried, and the sun-dried coffee gives it sweetness since the mucilage is left within the bean. And we don't stop there. We go now to roasters like Oscar, and many different roasters all around the world, who then take this coffee, and depending on the tasting basket, they want to bring out those flavors. So for example, for Pike Place, we have cocoa and praline. So they want to bring out those flavors in the best way. So they roast the coffee medium roast, because if they were to roast Pike Place dark roast, for instance, it would lose its origin flavors. And we don't want that. And if it was light roasted, it wouldn't be caramelized enough to have that chocolate flavor. And it does not stop there. After the roasting, it goes to the quality team. And the quality team then tastes the coffee to make sure it fits in the range of our checks and afterwards, so it can reach our customer's hand in the most perfect quality. And we also have different things that we do at Starbucks, one of which is ethical sourcing. We have 4 categories that ethical sourcing falls under. We have quality, we have environmental leadership, we have social responsibility, and we have economic transparency. And what that means is we try to completely do 100% ethical sourcing. So what happens is, let's say we're not buying from a farm, but we want to buy from this farm in the future. What we do, we tell this farm, okay, listen, we have this ethical sourcing standards. So if you can follow them, it will benefit you and it will benefit us, because we want to make sure that we're ethically sourcing our coffee beans. And one of the ways that we ethically source beans is for quality. For example, we have agronomists. I met one in Rwanda, which swears he's shy, but I think he mixed up the word with extrovert. And he was talking to me the whole way on the bus and telling me how they go to the farms, and when they go to the farms, so analogy that Rebecca used, it's kind of like nutrients or vitamins. When you need a certain vitamin, you don't just get a multivitamin. The doctor tells you, you need this specific vitamin. So Andrew, Felipe, Lennon, go get you some vitamin C. And then you do that and you feel better right away instead of wasting your money on so many vitamins. And so that's what the agronomist does. They go to the farmers and they test it with a machine for the soil. And they're like, okay, your soil needs this fertilizer. And then the farmer does that, and now he's harvesting more, he's spending less, and the cycle goes on. We also have different farmer support centers. We have our own farmer support center in Hacienda Asacia, which I do look forward to going to. Put me on the list with Callie. And In that Farmer Support Center, we do different studies. We want to make sure that coffee is the first agriculture product that is sustainable. And so we do different studies with different varietals. And we offer farmers who we don't buy from different varietals so they can test those varietals and we see how good quality those varietals are. We do climate resistance. We do different things. In Guatemala, for example, in 2012, they faced leaf rust. And we donated in 2016 through the 100 million program, 6,000 trees that were rust resistant to Guatemala farmers, and that's through our global farmer support. And I just talked about all three for some reason. And the coffee goes through such a long journey. And when I first started my journey with Starbucks, all I knew was that I was moving states from Gaffney to Florida, South Carolina to Florida. And I was like, this is a new high school, and it's really hard to adapt, especially when you're a teenager and you're leaving your friends behind. And so I went to what my mom knew, coffee, but I didn't drink coffee at the time. So I went to Starbucks, and I don't know what I was looking for. I just walked in, ended up getting a double caramel frappuccino with extra caramel, and I was met with different companions. I was met with partners that created a welcoming environment, partners that made me want to become a partner myself. And that's my journey with Starbucks. And then afterwards, my grandma kind of got a little bit sick, and so we had to leave. But this time, I'm not moving states, mind you. I'm moving countries, and I don't speak the language, and so it's totally new to me. And I'm walking with my mom, and as we're walking, I seen a logo, and it was so bright, and it was Starbucks, and so it was like seeing a friend for the first time in such a long time. So I walked in, and I sat down, and then I left, and I had my Starbucks apron from the States. So not even a week later, I went to that same store, and I was like, where's the manager at? And they were like, he's not here right now, but he'll be back later, you know? And I was like, okay. And then I brought my apron again when he was back, and I was like, hire me. And he was like, what? And I was like, I worked at Starbucks. I'm the perfect fit. I'm letting you know. And then from there, I started my journey in Jordan, and then I had the honor to compete in the championship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Just something to the partners really quick. Sure. I shout out every partner, every dreamer. We stay here. Well, we're here because of coffee, but we stay here for people. So keep sharing your stories, keep spreading love and joy, and doing what we do.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samaya. It's time to welcome our final competitor for this round of competition. Lawrence, we're nearing 24 rounds of competition today. I don't know, are you tired? I could still go. I could go.
I could, actually.
I got the coffee.
We're only just getting started, are we not?
Just getting
Is it
ready.
nearly over?
Yeah. What are your highlights? What have you thought about this storytelling round?
I must say it's the storytelling. It's just seeing partners from all around the globe all come together in fabulous Las Vegas. Most of them have not met each other before. But seeing them backstage, seeing them with their coaches, seeing them with their support partners, practicing getting to know each other, meeting each other, having that connection, and then bringing it all onto stage live here today has just been truly inspirational, and I would really love a round of applause for all of our champions.
Yes.
So, as we start to wrap up today, let's welcome our final competitor. Representing the Starbucks Reserve Roastery in New York City, it's Victor.
Yeah. Woo. Yeah.
Whenever you feel ready, please spin the wheel.
All right.
I really thought that was going to be a tiny one again.
All right, Victor.
All right.
There we go.
Global Farmer Support is your topic.
Yeah.
Hey, if you'd like to make your way to your bar, Victor.
Yeah.
Judges, please take your final positions for today.
Your last walk.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Victor, for the final time today, whenever you feel ready to begin, please show me a thumbs up. And that'll be the start.
Hi, everyone. Let me take.
You may begin.
All right. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Yeah. Well, I'm Victor. I am an operations lead at the New York City Roastery, and today I will be taking you all through a journey in time. And my journey with coffee started really early on in my life. My mother used to brew coffee for me every morning growing up, and now I see myself making coffee for my own son today. And I'm hoping I can spark that same coffee curiosity in him the way my mother sparked it in me at a really young age. And what I have for you all today is a single origin coffee from Ethiopia. It's a sun-dried from West Arsi in the Oromia region of the highlands of Ethiopia. And this coffee is a medium to full body coffee with low acidity and notes of mulberry and sweet date. So it's actually a departure from the more bright and citrusy profiles that you would commonly associate with African coffees. And I'm gonna start pouring this coffee here for you all. And to me, I feel like there's something much more deeper and mysterious going on in this cup than what's actually suggested on the coffee card. And the reason why I chose this coffee was because of the complexity of the coffee. Many of us have certain expectations when going into a coffee tasting. We expect to have a specific flavor note to kind of pop out at us, but what this coffee did in particular was it brought me back to a memory. And it was one of my fondest memories growing up, me and my mom walking through Central Park with our cups of coffee and smelling the grass trimmings and the wood chips and the promise of summer that was right around the corner. And so naturally I thought, why does this coffee remind me of a memory instead of a flavor? And so, as we taste, here you go, here you go, here you go, and oh, bam. And let me grab some for myself. In a coffee tasting, there are 4 steps of conducting a coffee tasting if you don't know. There's smell, slurp, locate, and describe. And we're gonna smell the coffee. It smells so sweet. Pick up a lot of the sweet date already. And then we're gonna slurp the coffee, and you're gonna wanna do an exaggerated slurp because you want to aerate the coffee as it hits your palate. So. And in doing so, it helps you with the next step of the coffee tasting, which is locating where it lands on your palate. The much bitter it is, the more in the back of your palate it will land. Sides will be sour. Umami is more in the middle. And we have sweet and salty right behind each other. And then with all 3 combining, it helps you describe what we're tasting. All right. With this particular coffee, and with the journey that I'll be taking you on, my curiosity got the best of me, and it led me to the roasters. And in speaking with the roasters, one of the many answers I've gotten of what makes this coffee so complex is the roasting of this coffee. And I've come to learn that the roast curve that they use for this coffee is the more leastly commonly used in all the roasteries. And its approach is much gentler. It aims to preserve the compounds within the bean instead of roasting them out. And so naturally, I talk to myself, and I'm like, why use a least commonly used roasting curve? And if you all do not know what a roasting curve is, you can think of it as a thermal journey that the coffee embarks on. And so I thought to myself, this coffee must have something else complex about it. And when we think of the processing of this coffee, we know it's a sun-dried. And most of us might have experiences with sun-dried products such as tomatoes or raisins or even other countless fruits. But there is one particular process that is more popular than the rest, and that's fully washed. And what fully washed does, it aims to strip the skin and mucilage off the bean and preserve them in water tanks. But what sun drying does that differs from this, it aims to keep that skin and mucilage and have them sit on raised beds. And over time, it breaks down its own sugars and allows them to naturally ferment. I'm sorry, I really love this coffee, so. And thinking to myself, this process is really unpredictable. There's many variables when coming into a sun-dried product. And the processing is really, you have a really complex result to it at the end. And now we talked about tasting, roasting, and processing. And the only thing that's left is talking about the soil of this coffee. And we all know this coffee is from Ethiopia. And it's a beautiful landscape. Ethiopia is known for many things. One of those being it's the birthplace of coffee. But there is also another fun fact that I've come to learn, and that's Lucy. If you all don't know who Lucy is, she is the oldest modern human skeleton found to date. So not only is Ethiopia the birthplace of coffee, it's also the birthplace of people who drink it. And speaking about the soil, in Oromia specifically, it has its fair share of rhotic nidosol. And rhotic nidosol, if you are familiar or not familiar with Latin, rhotic in Latin means red, and nidosol is just another term to describe soil. And you might want to ask, what gives it this red color? Over thousands of years of exposure to oxygen and oxidizing, it becomes to have a much higher iron content. And that's what naturally gives it its red color. And thinking of all of this in the bigger picture of everything, what comes to mind to me is Starbucks and their support centers. And there are 10 support centers around the world, one finally being in Addis Ababa, in the capital city of Ethiopia. And myself, I've never been to Ethiopia. I'm too busy at the New York City Roastery making cups of coffee for everyone that comes around the world and ensuring they have one of the best experiences that they'll ever have in their lives. But if I would happen to go and I ask these support centers, what makes this coffee remind me of a memory instead of a flavor, I think they'll say something along the lines as, coffee has many flavors. But if this coffee reminds you of an exact moment, then it's more than just taste, it's time. And you might have been part of a journey that's taken 1,000,000 years before your first sip. And this is sun-dried Ethiopia. Thank you, everybody. Time, yeah. Woo!
So as we begin to close out our day, I just want to say thank you so much, Victor. That was absolutely wonderful. I would like to take this opportunity to really get to know our subject matter expert judges. So I would like to welcome Lennon, Andrew, and Felipe to all join me in front of the spinning wheel, and we'll get to know you a little better. Right in front of the wheel. I don't think we'll be using it anymore for today.
Perfect. Excellent. Andrew, you've been judging the coffee storytelling. You've heard a lot of stories, tasted a lot of coffee. Tell us, what makes you a subject matter expert judge?
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Andrew. I come from a team we call Starbucks Stories, so I think it's implied. I get to work with some of our best storytellers, designers, writers, strategists. You see our work all over, and I get to learn so much because of that. And yet, I still learned so much today from these competitors. I'm so proud of all of them. So thank you for letting me be here.
Awesome. Thanks, Andrew. How long have you been a partner?
13 years altogether. 13 years.
13 years. Amazing. Awesome.
And now, Felipe, let's get to know you a little bit better. Where you're from, where do you work? I know you have a fabulous story, and I'm so excited for you to share it.
Thank you very much. Hello, partners. Hello, everyone. My name is Felipe Arbeláez. I work for the Farmer Support Center Colombia, and also we are supporting Origin Peru. So a little bit about me. My dad, he's a coffee grower, growing coffee for more than 45 years and counting, and hopefully for many more years. And yes, something that is very important for us is that, and for me as well, is that coffee has given everything to me. So I want to give back to the community that we are working with much more than the life has given to me. So
yes.
I want to congratulate all the partners around the world that work in the Farmer Support Centers, that have been working hand by hand with all of the farmers in the 10 origins that we are working, and beyond, because from the Farmer Support Centers, we are trying to work with the more than 30 origins that we are sourcing coffee from. So thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you, Felipe. And Lennon, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Lennon. I saw you all this morning as well. But I'm an 18-year partner, and I have the privilege and honor of supporting our Origin Experience programs globally. So Costa Rica, Sumatra, and Rwanda each year, and the over 1,000 amazing partners who come to those origins with us. It is just such a privilege to be able to walk alongside them in their journey of coffee and to share stories about our farmers, our farmer support centers, and just Starbucks and ensuring the future of coffee for all.
So, as we close out, thank you so much to all of our competitors, our judges, our support team, and of course the crew for everything that they've done today. It's been incredible. And this has been the first day of the Global Barista Championships here at Starbucks.
Let's hear the room get loud. Come on. Yes. This isn't all, because you can join us right back here tomorrow beginning at 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on YouTube for day 2 of the semifinal competition. It's been such a pleasure. I'm Rebecca Fry.
And I'm still Lawrence Unsworth. We'll see you tomorrow at the Starbucks Global Barista Championships. Bye-bye.
Thank you.